Hello. Hello, everybody. Sorry I didn't get my music on in time. I'm on a whole another app over here right now. But anyway, friends, family, and the rest of you, welcome, welcome. How are y'all? Hey, Miss Etta, how are you? How are you? How are you? P and Dub, I see you, sis. But you know this is day 4 questions for black men. So the only one that I am letting into the box are other black men right now. So hey, good evening, Nisi. Hey, hey, Oaks. How are you? How are you, honey? It's all good. But PMW. But if you come back next Wednesday will be the black woman's turn. Next Wednesday will be the black woman's turn. And it will be questions for black women. And then from there, and of course, like I said again, black women, I hope y'all are ready for next Wednesday because it is going to be well, it won't be some mess, but it's going to be quite interesting. It's going to be extremely interesting because, just like the black women came with some heat for questions for black men came with that exact same heat this time around as well. So I really hope y'all are ready. Kanye got married to who? Lord have mercy. Let me guess. A non-black woman. That's hilarious. I'm doing good, Oaks. Thank you. But married to a white girl. Who? So he went by his own dadgum. Song. Y'all remember that whole part? When he get on, he leave your ass for a white girl. So he literally just went and did exactly what his song said. Ain't that some hell? His new handler. Who's it like? So who is his new handler? Somebody tell me who this new handler is. I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta have my music on just for a little bit. Just for a little bit. Because I know in a minute I'm gonna have, it's gonna be like two different things. It's gonna be two different things going on. But for right now, because I know that people are gonna be wondering what the hell is going on, what the hell is going on in the football world. But he has been the white girl he married. What? Yeah, like, but who is it? Does anybody know the name of this individual? Because I need to look this person up. He has been about white supremacy. Well, of course, we all know that. I mean, like, what else is new? You know what I'm saying? What's up, Mars? How are you? She looks just like his ex-wife. I gotta see who this chick is. Wait a minute. Who is this chick? Kenan Thompson too. She 19. Not Kenan Thompson taking the not Kenan Thompson damn near taking the Elvis Presley route. Angel, how are you, love? Love, how are you? Auntie, I see you. How are you? Yo, Swab, what's up, little brother? Um, I gotta see this now. I gotta look this up because this right here is this is wild. This is absolutely wild. So just like that. So you mean to tell me that just like that? You mean to tell me that just like that? Bianca Sensori. Let's see who this chick is. Let's see exactly who the hell this chick is. It better be a damn... Oh! She really does. She really is like a carbon copy of Kim. She really is, though. She really is. Look at this. This is who we talking about. This is who we talking about. She really does look like that fool. She really does look like Kim. My question is, here's my question though. Hey T, good, how are you? My question is, Why was he so quick to marry her? Why was he so quick to marry her? Like, bro, you've only been divorced for a hot second. If you really just truly think about it. Thank y'all for hitting that like button. Continue to hit that like button, by the way. Please continue to hit the like button. 2 months after, right? You've only been divorced for 2 months. He did what Reggie Bush did. Clearly, they haven't filed a marriage license yet. 27 and he is 40. You know what? Like he's doing that whole. He's taking the same route that his predecessors are taking. Amore Blue Ty, how are you, sis from Delaware? How are you? Delaware. I've never met anybody from Delaware. I didn't think people lived in Delaware, to be honest with you. But how are you, sis? But that is wild. That's freaking wild. Greetings from Jacksonville, Florida. Oh Lord. Hey, well, you know what, Soldier Simons, I know you a regular up in here. How you doing, sis? But I'm still kind of mad at y'all, Jacksonville, because y'all put my team at the playoffs last week. But you know what though? It's all right. Y'all finna get dismantled by LA tonight, so it doesn't matter. Y'all gonna be sitting on the couch with us after the night. um, yeah, I'm from Delaware. Oh, you're from, okay, so that's two people from Delaware. I'm sorry, I just never met anybody from Delaware. I've never met anybody from Delaware. I didn't even think people lived in Delaware. I'm from Jamaica, but I live in London. Oh, we got an island girl up in here. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. From Jamaica and living in London. Bless your heart. No, I'm a transplant. Good. Just dropping in. There are people here and no taxes. Wow, no taxes. Maybe I do need to go to Delaware then. Maybe I do need to go to Delaware because I'm tired of paying taxes. But everyone say that. Yeah, I seriously didn't think that anybody lived in Delaware because there's literally I don't know what's in Delaware. Like who goes to Delaware unless you got family there? Nobody goes to Delaware. It's a retirement state. Oh, so is that where people go like when they retire? Is that like a destination? Is that like a destination state for retirees? That's interesting. Like it's like when people retire, do a lot of seniors go to Delaware, just to live out, like some peaceful days, or like how does that go? Brother Andre, how are you? Good to see you. I'm gonna start letting the brothers up in a minute. Have you been just stopping by to show support? Hope you've been good. Yes, I am, Snacks. I'm doing wonderful. How are you? Uh, they retire here. Yeah, okay. It looks cold over there. I'm good. What is Delaware known for, Joe Biden? Last time I checked. Joe Biden. It's cold. I'd rather stay in Texas. I don't want to go anywhere up north. I don't. I don't have any desire to go anywhere up north, or at least to live anyway. If I go up north, it's just to visit. But I'm never. There's no place up north that I could look at and say it's worth staying in the frozen hell. You know what I'm saying? Not New York, not Pittsburgh, definitely not Chicago, not Detroit, not Green Bay. I mean, none of them. Not Seattle, none of them. You know, I would say Cali, but it's flooded where I am from. If I go to Cali, it's only because of the weather. If I were to ever move to Cali, it would only be because of the weather and nothing more. I mean, there's really nothing in Cali. There's nothing in Cali for me. There's nothing in Cali for me. I'm in Jersey and it's freezing up here. I bet. Yeah, it's 24 degrees right now in Pittsburgh. See what I'm saying? Let me stick with my 50 to 40 degree weather right here, in the deep south. You know what I'm saying? Hey PG, how are you, sis? Cali is really expensive. I was born there. I know. That's what I'm saying. Like if I was to if I was really wanting to go to California, it would only be for the weather. Same for Florida, because I know Florida's expensive as hell. Like, I would only want to go to Florida because I want to be in a climate where it's warm all the time. But if I do go to Florida, it has to be in a predominantly black area, because I know how Florida gets. I want to be in a predominantly black area. Or at least an area, where I know I don't have to worry about having to run into too much riffraff. Like Miami, I would like to, if I go to Florida, I would like to live in Miami, but in a quiet spot in Miami, like in the not nowhere near the city, not nowhere near downtown. I want to live in an area. I want to live in an area where there's barely anybody there. You know, I want to live in the park. I want to live on that city line, like the city line of Miami. That's where I want to go. Where the city limit is, that's where I want to be. I want to be somewhere wherever that just so happens to be. That's where I want to go. I don't want to live nowhere near downtown. Same for Atlanta. I don't want to. If I was to move to Atlanta, I would. Though honestly, that is on my next move list. I am deciding. This year I'm deciding to move to whether I'm still deciding on whether or not I'm going to move to Nashville or Atlanta. I would really like to move to Atlanta because honestly I've never had a bad experience in Atlanta. Every time I've been to Atlanta, I've always enjoyed it, and it reminds me so much of my hometown Nashville. Only difference is there's more black people in Atlanta. However, it's a lot more expensive there. Whereas Nashville is like the only area. My hometown's the only area that I'm comfortable in right now. So it's like, so I'm just kind of weighing my options, but yeah, I'm trying to decipher whether or not Atlanta or Nashville is the next next destination for me. But if I was to go to Atlanta, it's going to be somewhere outside. I'm not going to go anywhere. I don't want to live anywhere near downtown Atlanta. I want to be at a stone's throw away from downtown Atlanta, but I don't want to live in that, near that city. Atlanta is overcrowded as fuck. Been there my entire life. That's Serenity. I've been hearing that for the last several years now, how Atlanta is overcrowded. And that's the only downside to it, or at least one of the downsides to it anyway. Did you go to the strip clubs there? No, I did not. I mean, I've driven past the strip clubs. I've driven past Magic City many times, but I never went there. Would you go see King Genty? It'd be cool to see y'all hang out. Yo, is Genty in Atlanta? Is Genty in Atlanta? I thought he would live someplace else. They are calling Nashville the next ATL, and I live here. Oh, Finesse, you live in Nashville? You down the street from me, baby. You right up the street from me. I am literally like 2.5, like a little around 3 hours away from you right now. Yeah, but I have heard that too. I have heard them call Nashville the next Atlanta. It is, Mike. It is my hometown as well. ATL's fool. Hey, Mia, how are you? However, the outskirts are cool. Depends on where you move. Yeah, I have been on the outskirts of Atlanta, and they do have some very nice areas out there. The Marietta area is really nice. I do like that. Genty is in New Jersey. Oh, okay. Oh, Genty's in. Okay. Okay, I thought Genty. That's what I figured. I figured Genty was up north. But if he was in Atlanta, that would be dope to hang with him. I would definitely hang with him. I would go to his. I would go to like if he was DJing or something like that. I would love to go to the spot where he DJs. But yeah, but if I do go to Jersey, And if I do just happen to go to Jersey for whatever reason, I would definitely like to run into Genty and do a post or something. Dunwoody or Gwinnett County. Yeah, I heard Gwinnett County is pretty nice. Duluth, Georgia. Duluth, Georgia is pretty nice as well. That's a pretty nice spot. Don't go to Marietta. Oh wow. Oh, has it gotten bad? Because the last time I've been to Marietta, Marietta was nice. Like, it was really nice. I live not too far from Atlantic City. Oh, okay. But anyway, to my brothers. So anyway, y'all continue to hit the like button. Y'all continue to do what you do best. All my black brothers that are to any of my black brothers that are up in here, please start sending in your requests. Please send in your requests. Because I'm about to start this thing in just a minute. But wow, this whole Kanye thing, I'm like, bruh, like, you know what this tells me? That I'm going to touch on this one more time, and then I'm going to go ahead and start. Do y'all know what this tells me? This tells me that unfortunately for Kanye, this tells me that unfortunately for him, he believes that his peace will only come if someone is a part of his life. That's what that tells me. And I'm accurate on this because this is the type of person that I once was. This is something that I see I once did. Once upon a time, ladies and gentlemen, I was that individual that felt like my life was only valid if someone was a part of it. So, even if it meant having the worst woman around, the worst woman who deep down inside I knew wasn't good enough for me or didn't deserve me, that's what I would do. If it made me feel valid in my life, if it gave any type of validity to my life, that's what I would do. I would go and I would just find somebody to be with. I would just find somebody to be with. And it was the worst feeling ever. Because when I started to open my eyes, it made me feel like I was incapable of making myself happy. That my happiness depended solely on other people. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you right now, that is not the way to live. That is not the way to live. That shit hurts, bro. Tell me about it, John. Tell me about it. When you were with those people, did you have any peace? Absolutely not. I didn't have any peace, but at the same time, I had some sense of existence. I honestly had some sense of joy at that time. Because at that time, because understand, in the time that I was during that time, I felt like the message was getting across. I feel like the message that was being sent in this time period was that, no, if you ain't got no girl, then you ain't no man. If you ain't with nobody, if you're not with nobody, then you ain't doing nothing right. Like, you gotta have somebody in your arm. You gotta have somebody in your arm. You gotta have somebody in your arm. And I kept getting beat upside the head with that. And then, of course, as much as I love my family, I was getting those talks, especially when I started hitting 24, 25 years old, I did have those talks where, you know, some of where the women in my family were kind of like whispering in my ear, like, hey, have you found you somebody yet? You know, you creeping up to 30. You know, you need to make, you know, you need to find somebody. You know, I would love to, you know. And then my mother, bless her heart, you know, she was one of those types. She was the type that was like, you know, I really like to have some grandchildren sometime soon. I'm just saying. So with all of that going on, I was like, I gave into that, and the reason why I gave into that was because I wasn't happy within myself, and I felt like the only way to make myself happy was to make other people happy. So of course, I wound up just finding anybody to date. Then wound up finding just anybody to marry just completely out of impulse because I just wanted to make somebody happy, make other people happy. And then what ended up happening? I ended up making a 7-year mistake. I ended up being even more unhappy. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't. It was just more turmoil on top of turmoil. So that's why I encourage everybody that's watching right now, before you try to go with making somebody else happy, find the happiness in yourself. Find the love in yourself. Embrace your self-love. Be your own happiness. You know, your happiness should never depend on other people. It should never depend on other relationships, you know. I did that once. I am not doing that again. That's why I'm still single now. Because I don't care how old I get. I don't care how quickly I'm aging. But at the end of the day, I'm not about to find myself in another position where I sacrifice my self-happiness for the sake of other people. I'm tired of doing that. I've done that all my younger days. Going out here and doing random shit just to make other people happy. All because they wanted to sit there and say, oh, well, I think y'all two look good together. Oh, she likes you. I think y'all should date. I think y'all should do this, that, and the third. I'm not doing that shit no more. I don't care who's interested in me. I don't care who's interested in me or what. If I don't feel that, here's my thing. If I don't feel shit, then it's not gonna happen. I don't care who's interested in me. I don't care who likes me. You know? I don't care what they say. But if I don't feel that energy, look, for those of y'all who have seen the short movie on Netflix called Intergalactic, I want a medal. If you don't have me the same way, if you don't have me the same way metalhead old dude over there, I'm talking about the moment I see you, my fucking world stops. When I see you, I don't hear shit. I don't see shit else. All I see is you. If you are not my metal, I don't want you. If you don't put me in the same position that Meadow would, I forgot his name. But if you don't put me in the same position that Meadow had, old boy, where I'm just zeroed in on you, I'm not finna deal with you. That energy gotta be there, pimp. That energy gotta be there. You gotta have me at the point where the moment I see you, that song plays and I'm like, she's an angel. Look at her halo. Yes, oh, where you come from, where you come from, oh, where you come from, where you come from. You better have me like that. Look, hold on. See, y'all think I'm fucking playing. Y'all think I'm playing. Cause like, if this song does not play, like, and I hope y'all hear it. I ain't tripping shit. And I know that's right. And in contrast, your world gotta stop for me. Right. He went right. Look, like, if this song ain't playing when I see you, it ain't finna happen. Yes. If this song is not playing when I see you, it's not happening. Joe, in your halo, such an angel. In your halo, where'd you come from? Where you come from? Where you come from? Where you come from? Angel. Halo. This shit gotta be playing the moment I see you. This shit gotta play when I see you. Like, again, y'all can tell me you got a crush on me all day, but if I don't hear that song play in my head, if I don't hear that song play in my head, it ain't gonna happen. Say what you want, say what you want, say what you want. Say what you want. Y'all laughing. I'm serious. I'm dead ass right now. Anyway, where's the brothers at? Where's the brothers at? Oh, man. Ladies and ladies and gentlemen, where the brothers at? Where's another? Cause I'm telling y'all right now, again, it's not going to happen if I don't feel that shit.
Good evening,
John Castle. Do you have 1,000 followers? Oh man, you only got 543. You need 1,000 to hop up here. Unfortunately, I don't know why they have it like that, but hey, I would really love to hear your opinions. But you can stick around, and just does her hair have to be blowing in the wind? Fuck yeah, it does. Her hair gotta be blowing in the wind. She gotta be walking right here like Beyonce ass. Like you always got that fan in front of you blowing the fuck out of your hair. She gotta do that. It's gotta be like that.
right?
It's gotta be like that. It's gotta be fucking Orisha, the boss is only gonna be open for black men. But you can ask your questions in the comments though. Yeah, it's gotta be like that for me. Like you Andre, am I wrong for anything that I'm saying?
I mean, I don't know if you're gonna have. I don't know if my hair gonna be blowing in the wind. Maybe if the wind blowing outside, but I don't know if I have the fan. You might have to tote the fan around, Mike, yourself. But
Man, look, she gotta have. I'm talking about she gotta have that beautiful black afro just blowing in the wind. Like she got either those beautiful black afro, those beautiful black dreadlocks just blowing in the wind. Like, and then just have that smile of a freaking angel. And I'm talking about just sitting there just looking. She looking directly into my pupils and searching deep in my soul. It's got to be that kind of connection. Like I know I'm sounding ridiculous. I don't care if I'm sounding ridiculous. I don't care if I'm sounding ridiculous, but it's got to be that way.
I just got in the box, bro. And I ain't stopped laughing yet. So if I don't talk for a while, I probably will be dead.
Man, that's what I'm saying. It has to be that way. I'm not sacrificing my own happiness for nobody else. That's based in overall. At the end of the day, that's what I'm saying. It's finna be. She sound like a dream though. How tall is she? I don't care. Height is not an issue. She could be 3 feet or 8'1". Height ain't an issue.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Hey, Serenity.
Anyway.
No, my account had been suspended for a while, so I wasn't. I took all my videos down, so they had nothing to report. Now that my suspension's been lifted, yes, I am making videos again. My content's back up, so we in the house now. We back.
Was somebody trying to mass report you or something problematic?
Yeah, they had so they had been mass reporting me so bad that my entire account, I couldn't even log in for like 2 weeks. I couldn't even log into my account. It was damn near gonna get banned permanently, I guess. All my videos were getting flagged. Every time I did a live, I was suspended. So I took everything down and didn't. That's why I wasn't posting any content. And I was gone for like a month. So I'd had to let that cool off. So now that the suspension's lifted, the account warning's off, I reposted all my content. So I'm back.
Oh, good. Next time and next time somebody tries that though, just do what a lot of us do, and that's just make your page private. That way people just can't run up on your page freely and just start reporting stuff just for the sake of reporting stuff. And then if you make your page private and somebody and your page and your content is still being reported, then that means you got to do some
In-house cleaning, yeah. Find
culling
out.
of the herd. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Man, but anyway, Unc, what's happening, Unc?
Oh, we're here. We're here.
That's good. That's good. How you doing, Auntie?
I'm doing
Good. All right, y'all. So let's go ahead and get on into it. By the way, black women, if y'all have questions, y'all are free to put them in the comments. So anything that y'all want to ask on top of what we're already answering, please do that. Just understand that whatever questions you ask, my boys here are going to be honest. They're going to be straight up, dead ass honest, and whatever answer you get, whatever answer you get is the answer you get. So like again, it's all about honesty here. It's all about being straight up real and pulling no punches. Because I'm pretty sure the black men would want nothing less from
Take my
y'all.
sister
You know what
here.
I'm saying?
My good sister.
So with that being said, here we go. All right, little brother, what up, Swa?
Yo,
You all right?
yeah, I'm hanging in there, man.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. So, with that being said, here we go. Here is the first question. It is kind of it's a bit of a long question. So if I gotta repeat it, then y'all just let me know. But here's the first question. Why do black men seem to not want to climb higher, but are more comfortable bringing other people down? You use a ladder to climb up. Black men don't want to climb, then try to shame black women into coming back down to wallow in the ground with them instead of pulling themselves up.
Ooh. Well, it always goes back in history for me, the difference between those that left with Harriet Tubman and those that stayed behind. And you do have certain people that have this crabs in a barrel mentality where they're so busy trying to pull the other person down that nobody gets a chance to make any progress. You know, that's just a failing with the black community in general. Um, I don't feel that way, and I'm probably in the minority. You know, you have folks that feel like they have to be on a hustle, and if that means taking advantage of others so they can push themselves up, sadly, that's what we're faced with. Um,
Mm,
there's no easy for me. There's no easy answer for that because I've been exposed to that all my working life.
mm, mm. What's up, Andre? What you say to this question? Andre, you there?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. Oh, okay, there he is.
Yeah.
All right, yeah,
Yeah.
it's your turn.
Uh,
What do you say to this question?
my live. Yeah. I think there was a time that as a younger black man, I realized that over the years, as I tried to save more and more of us as black men and black women, I realized a whole bunch of us, they just couldn't go. I realized some of us just was not going. Simply because there was, it was ways, toxic ways of living and going about life and doing things to where they just didn't want to move. You know, um, whether it be whether it be stuff like in school or in relationships. There are some people that you just have to leave behind. Particularly just in my own life, I had to realize that my dad just couldn't go. My own father just couldn't go with us because he was set in doing things that he set in his own destructive path. And I kept trying to bring him with me. I kept trying to go back for him, and in my face even said that it was hopeless. But I realized that at a certain point, I realized on my own that a lot of people are just gonna be able to go with us, my brother. A lot of brothers, a lot of them brothers out there, Kevin Samuelites, a lot of them are just not gonna be able to go with us because I noticed that a lot of people are moving forward, and a lot of them are still left in the same spot as the said. Everybody else is trying to progress and move forward in a unified way, and a vast majority of them, of these Kevin Samuelites and red pillars and all of these things, they just can't go, my brother.
Mm-hmm.
And even some black women, even some sisters, they not gonna be able to go either. Because I see a good bit of our sisters are lost. And that's when
Andre, real quick. Hey, mute your mute your mic for a second because I think somebody's hearing an echo. There you go. Yeah, there you go. All right, go ahead, Andre.
Yeah, I think a lot of our brothers and sisters, it's sad to say it, because it breaks my heart to see so many of our even my own brother has become indoctrinated with this red pill popper, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I'm not in the circle, so I don't know. I just know that a lot of the rhetoric is just toxic and very problematic. But we start looking to these people to save these particular men and these group of men or population of men to save the black community, and that's just not going to happen. The black community got somewhere because people like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and Marcus Garvey and Harriet Tubman, they were the ones leading leading the community. They were the ones out there, in the ground, on the groundwork. They were the ones. But this new age, I just, this new age is just it's a different animal for sure. It's a different animal. Every day that I turn on TikTok, I get on TikTok, I get on this app, I get on Instagram, I get on Facebook. I'm more realize that a lot of our brothers and sisters just can't go with us.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to sound hopeless, and I don't mean to sound like, and I, like I said, we want to bring everybody with us. But a lot of them just can't go. Like I said, I left my own father where he was. He's set in his own toxic ways. He thinks that's going to save him and that's going to restore his relationships with his children. And I'm sad to say it's just not going to happen. I had to leave my own father right where he was.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Problematic, you next, bro.
All right. Ask the question one more time, just so I make sure I kind of.
Okay. All right, I got you. Perfectly. All right, I got you. The question is, Why do black men seem to not want to climb higher, but are more comfortable bringing other people down? You use a ladder to climb up. Black men don't want to climb, then try to shame black women into coming back down to wallow in the ground with them instead of pulling themselves up.
Okay, I did hear it correctly. Okay, I honestly think it's a bit of an unfair question. I, and I understand why it's being asked. Obviously, like every week, we know we can't speak for all black men. I don't think that that's widely true. I think part of it, Unc said this thing about the crabs in a barrel, and we've heard that statement. And the thing to keep in mind with the crabs in a barrel kind of statement is that that is an unnatural environment for crabs to be in. So when we use that analogy, we can't forget that being in a bucket, that's not their natural environment. So of course they're going to act out of character. They're going to, they're going to pull each other down because they're displaced. They're not where they should be. So their behavior has changed. And you have to remember, in this country, there are still a lot of obstacles and hurdles that black men are facing. I don't think we don't want to strive, right? I don't think that we want to wallow in poverty, that we want to wallow in misery. Obviously, there's going to be some that do. We know that exists. But by and large, I don't think that black men do not want to succeed. I think that we still have a lot of hurdles that we're trying to overcome. We know that systemic racism exists, right? I think that we often forget that these things were meant to keep us from succeeding. I think we also forget that because of the way we have defined our masculinity, because of the way we have defined what manhood should be, when we see black women succeeding, it emasculates some men because we have a faulty perception of what manhood should be. And even some of those women have fallen victim to that because they will also feel that, well, if a man doesn't earn X, Y, or Z, he is less than a man. So if men do start doing better, and let's say a black man is earning 80, 90, even 100K a year, and that's better, and he's improving and we're getting somewhere. If black women are, say, earning 250, 300,000 a year, well, then she's still out earning him. Does that mean that a man earning 100,000 a year is a failure? No, but by comparison, they may begin to see themselves that way, and some women will see them that way because, well, now he should be earning 400K if I'm earning 300K. So with social stratification, we have to keep in mind the optics and how we perceive one another, especially in this environment known as America. So I don't like the notion that black men just don't want to succeed. I think there's way too many variables at play. But I think when you put it in terms of, well, misery loves company, well, yeah, that exists. But outside of that, I think it's unfair to say that we still don't have hurdles we're trying to overcome, and that we're not looking at it from the oppressor's point of view a lot of times.
They said a mouthful, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Swah, little brother, what say you to this question? If I gotta repeat it again, I will.
I think I got the gist. I think I got the gist of it, and I have to agree with problematic because it's not the fact that we don't want to succeed. There are still variables in our way that do make it hard for black men to succeed, and and it is a little bit of an unfair question because on one hand you do have the side of the red pillars and the passport bros that that with this dangerous rhetoric they have already chosen to live in chaos until they are called to the afterlife. And however, there's a side of black men that despite what we've been through, we still gonna get out there and do the best that we can to make a lives for ourselves and do it in our own way that is suited to each black man as with different personalities and different points of views and the way we live our lives, you know. And yeah, and depending on who you are, it can be a kick in the chest or better very problematic phrase that is emasculating. When a black woman does do better than a man, but that's not all of us, because I've seen some black women that have inspired me that had more than me, and so it's not that we don't want to do better. It's we're trying. There's still a lot of things in our way, but to the ones that are trying, we're trying. We're doing the best that we can.
Mm-hmm. This is why I say, like, and honestly, and y'all can agree, all four of you, y'all can agree or disagree, but this is why I say to black women, stop worrying about the black men that don't want to do better, because we as black men, when it comes to wanting to improve, we are either on the far left or the far right. You have some of us that are comfortable in our lacklusterness, and then there are those like me, like y'all four, that look at life as a never ending, as an everlasting ladder. Like it's an ongoing ladder, and we are consistently climbing and wanting to be better. So I don't think that I wish that this question was a little bit more detailed, because I don't think that black men in general, I'm the same way. I don't think that black men in general don't want to bring other people down. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think that I don't think that black men want to just not climb higher, but then use black women as an excuse. You know what I'm saying? Like those are we're talking about those that I believe this question was meant for those who like your Pookies, your Ray Rays and them. You know, those who are comfortable, those who comfortable with making minimum wage at Pizza Hut. You know what I'm saying? Like those who are comfortable with with working for the Dollar Tree warehouse, making only $15 an hour. You comfortable with that all the rest of your days because of the fact that yeah, well, it's easy work. It's easy work. It's easy money. I ain't gotta do too much, and I ain't gotta do too less. Is this right? They got a lot of us black men got the Goldilocks mentality, where it's like, oh, I don't want to go too high because it's too hard, but at the same time, I don't want to go too low because that's too soft. But me being stuck in this complacency is just right. Would y'all agree?
Yeah, I
Or,
echo.
or
Yeah, I echo that sentiment as
Yes,
well.
sir.
Um, you gotta want better. And most people say a lot of black men are stuck in this momentum of saying, um, I want better. I want better for because somebody else wants me to have better, rather than saying I want better for me. I'm just
mm-hmm,
um and that's probably what it is. You see that's why the glorification of hustle culture is it's so toxic, because instead of they're doing it, 9 times out of 10, these men, a lot of these black men that you're talking about, uh did it to win, because did it to win over the approval of another man, of another black man. That's another thing I noticed. Like, he wasn't trying to get the women. The women didn't really mind it when he did it, but the most approval he ever got from anybody was another man, and he wasn't even looking for the approval for another man. You know, but
mm-hmm,
you know, and women make that point all the time, is that 9 times out of 10 this dude adjusted his life or did something, that somebody else was doing, because 9 times out of 10 they saw another man doing it. you know um and that's kind of like, it's kind of jumping on the bandwagon idea, brother. you know um
mm-hmm.
let me do it because homeboy down the street down to do it. Let me do it because Pookie next door did it. If it would, they be like, they say, well, if it worked for Pookie, then it gonna work for me, right? You know, um, and that's the trap that you see. And yes, like, but also going back what Problematic said, there are, things that hinder us as black people. Systems and networks in place that were strictly to keep us down. But at the same time, um, you know, uh, there are, there are ways that we are trying to navigate that. So I don't think that, uh, I don't think that black men are necessarily wanting to stay where they are. I think black men are just reacting more of to where they are, but it's really how you can control the way that you react, because there's ways to do it and there are ways you don't do it. Becoming a Kevin Samuelite, becoming Kevin Samuels is
Mm-hmm.
not it. I think we can agree at that
Yeah.
in the box. Big Andrew Tate and all of them. That's not the way you go about it. About getting out of that unnatural environment. That's not you don't bring down other black women. And it's sad because I watch, even, going back to that, even going back to the rise of Kevin Samuels, I watched a black man literally set on the internet day in and day out, tear black women's self-esteem to shreds.
Mm. Yeah, and Business Pro, you ask what does better look like? That's a question you can ask yourself. That's a question that you can answer.
Mhm.
What does better look like to you? I'm pretty sure, and you're right. We would all have a different answer as far as what better looks like, because at the end of the day, we're all not living the same lifestyle. I mean, like for me, I can only speak for me. You know what better looks like for me? Not being in the living space that I'm in right now. Having that dream home that I've always thought about, having that dream house on a beachfront somewhere off of coastal Atlanta or somewhere off of coastal Florida. You know what I'm saying? With a 15-foot long swimming pool. You know what I'm saying? A green ass grass with a McLaren or something sitting in the front that I'll never drive. I just wanted to sit there. You know what I'm saying? That's what it looks like to me. Being better looks like me actually believing wholeheartedly that I'm fully mentally and emotionally healed. You know what I'm saying? Being able to fully be a woman's support system. That's what better looks like to me. Being able to be a woman's full piece. That's what better looks like to me. Being able to walk around and have my own sense of joy. That's what being better looks like to me. Now, to every other person, and now to these four brothers right here, their vision won't look like mine. You know what I'm saying? Because we all live different lives. But if you did ask them, there's one common trend, common factor in all of our answers, and it would be this: being better for all five of us means progression. It means waking up and going out there to obtain a life that is better than what we had yesterday. You know what I'm saying? So if you ask what does being better look like, that's what that is. You know what I'm saying? Lady Rose, how you doing, sis?
So,
And another
if I can, real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick, I do want to say this on the issue of complacency. It exists and it's a motherfucker. And I will just go as far as to say, remember that complacency not only exists on the individual level, but we as Black people, the reality is we are complacent even within the system of capitalism. We talk a lot about how we're going to change our circumstance as Black people as a whole, not just Black men, but as a whole. But the reality is many of us, and I would go as far as to say most of us, we are very complacent within the system. We talk about revolution, but the reality is we're really not ready. We don't like it. It would be very uncomfortable. Change is uncomfortable. As much as we talk shit, them white folks, they went as far as to struggle for hundreds of years to gain their independence. It is not an easy path, right? And that goes for personal lives, but it goes for the greater good as well. Is that if we really want change, if we really want to break these chains of oppression, shit might get uncomfortable. And that's a path a lot of people aren't really willing to take. So just keep that in mind when we talk about people being complacent and comfortable where they're at. Most people, a lot of Black people in America, for example, they want a comfortable oppression. They don't really want revolution. They don't really want freedom, because that shit can get real thick.
Sure can. And the thing is, when we talk, that's why I believe the Last Poets, when they made a poem, they did a poem back in the 70s where they said Negroes are scared of revolution. Negroes are scared of revolution because there is so much change that comes with that. When we speak on revolution, we're talking about completely severing the ties between us and everybody else. That means relying and depending solely on our own community. Right. And at the disadvantage that we have right now, see, we haven't, we're getting there. Trust and believe we're getting there as a people, but we are still behind. There are still a lot of things that there are still a lot of necessities out there that we do not obtain. We don't have any possession of. Right. So if we were to start a revolution right now, hell yeah, a lot of us gonna be scared, because now we're gonna sit there and wonder to ourselves, okay, first of all, where are we gonna get our food? Because a lot of white folks control all the food. Right. Where are we gonna get our clothes and stuff from? Because we do go to Walmart, and that is owned by white folks. You know what I'm saying? Where are we gonna get our gas? Where are we gonna get all our gasoline and shit for our cars? Because white folks own all of the gas and oil companies. Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like we gonna have to, if we were to start a revolution right now, it wouldn't go well. That's what I'm saying. That's why I encourage that's why I encourage my Black community. When we want to talk about building businesses and stuff like that, can we please think of something outside of clothing lines, outside of restaurants? You know what I'm saying? Outside of other things that every single Black man and woman has already done. Let's talk about schools. Let's talk about having our own car manufacturer. Let's talk about having our own oil company, our own gas company, our own water company. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. Real quick,
if I can, because this was probably the most interesting quote I ever heard. Lupe Fiasco said this. I think it was on Twitter years ago, maybe 10 years ago. I heard him say it, and it stuck with me ever since. But he said, how are you going to fight institutionalized anything without any institutions?
Yeah, that part. Yeah. That part.
That's solely facts, my brothers. I've always been, like I've always like I said, if anybody that know me know me outside of TikTok, they'll tell you I'm very pro-Black over here. I'm very pro-Black. I'm in white spaces telling them, well, hey y'all, I don't have a dog in this fight because I only desire to love a Black woman. And I'm also telling people like, hey, I put emphasis on like why things should be important, Black agendas, putting forth Black agendas, and I can't tell you the pushback I get, I can't tell you how the pushback I get with people saying, well, if you have a Black agenda, what about all the rest of us? And I'm like, and I go, what about all y'all? What about all y'all? And I said, and we got to get to a point where, as a people, where we realize it's not our responsibility to build up other people's communities. It's not our job. Yeah, we are not concerned about the education and the building up of white people, of Asian people. We should not be concerned about that because that's none of our business. We should only be concerned about Black people's business.
Yeah,
Black men's and Black women's business. Want to know why we should be concerned about it? Because as Brother Malcolm said, we should love our own kind and let the white race take care of themselves. They do it any other day. I've seen it. They'll be fine.
They sure will.
They'll be fine. They do it any other day. They'll be fine.
They sure will. I think we as Black people forget. But white folks have shown this year in and year out. They can't survive without us. Black people, does that not, what part of that do y'all not get? White folks can't survive without us. That's how I know that if we went and actually did for ourselves, they would be in trouble. Why else do y'all think that they always try to dismantle whatever plans and stuff that we create? Why do you think that when back then, when we had our Rosewoods, when we had our Black Wall Streets, they did everything necessary to tear it down? Because they know if we obtain any sort of independency from them, they are screwed. They're screwed.
I wanted to respond to a question about somebody posted in the comments about Dr. Umar. I don't always agree with Dr. Umar. I think he misses sometimes, but then sometimes I think he hits the nail on the head. When he talks about Black liberation and Black progression, I'm not even gonna lie, I actually agree with what he says. A lot of the times that when we talk about and as a historian, I studied this. I studied I studied what happened to our musicians in the back of the day, in back in the day. I studied what happened to why Black people don't have a lot of money. Michael Jackson knew it. Prince knew it. All of them knew it. They controlled their image and the rights to their music.
Mm-hmm.
Black people on average yearly gross a total of let me check my stats on it. Black people annually gross from music alone, a grant on nationally in the United States, we gross a total of $1.7 billion just from music alone that we make. But you want to know why we don't see any of it as a community? Because we don't own the rights to it. It's not ours. We don't own our image. I ask you this, Black people: who benefits more from the profit from your image? Who benefits when you go to jail?
Mm-hmm.
Who benefits when your voting rights are disenfranchised? Who benefits when after you go to jail and you're convicted from a felony and a third of your civil rights are gone?
Mm-hmm.
What system benefits when you don't have when you have rights to your all the music that you make, but you don't control your image?
That part.
Why do you see the emasculation and the degradation of Black people in media? It's because we don't own our stuff. So they take it and flip it and twist it and do whatever they want with it. And before you know it, you look in a hot mess.
Mm-hmm.
Black people looking a hot mess, no money and nothing to build our communities with. I don't think it's anything. But I don't think it's anything but fair if we bring $1.7 billion in to this country annually apart from music. I don't think it's anything but fair that we have our own.
It's only right. In the moment we do have our own, that's when we're going to see a difference. We just have to get out of that. We have to rise above that level of fear. That level, that fear in believing that the second we do something, somebody's going to dismantle it. Well, you want to know how we keep that from happening? We fortify whatever it is that we're working on. The question is how can we agree on how we get there? And then that's what I'm talking about right now. Like, we can get there, but first of all, we as a people have to get right first. We have to get mental and emotionally right first. Otherwise, it ain't gonna work. We have to be on one accord. We have to be on one accord with our minds first before we do anything else. And once we do that, then that's when we're going to see something a little bit different. We have all of the talent in the world to sit here and create our own community. And one thing is, here's the thing though, when that does happen, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, we got to be our own Wakanda. And by that, I mean we got to gatekeep the shit out of whatever it is we creating. It might not sound, for some of y'all, it might not sound good. That might not look good. But every time we have shared something with them other folk, what has happened?
Mhm.
What has happened?
Mhm.
That is the key ingredient to our demise every time. Because we think that when we start to create something brand new and other people start to get interested, we want to be the nice ones and be like, oh, this is how I did it. Now come over here, let me show you.
Mhm.
We can't be showing folk every darn thing.
Mhm. Yeah.
Honestly, I believe whatever it is we create from this day forward, it needs to be gate kept.
Mhm.
It really needs to be gate kept
Yeah.
and not shared with anybody else.
And I kept saying too, brother Mike, that brother Mike, that also we also have to learn to trust one another. We have to learn to trust one another in the black community.
Yeah.
We don't have trust. We don't have trust in ourselves. We don't have trust in our black women. We don't have trust in our black men. We don't have trust as a community. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
we don't have trust. We don't have trust in our elders. We don't have trust in each other. Because
Mm-hmm.
it's a certain level. It's a certain level of trust when you think about it. It's a certain level of trust when black men and women are constantly at each other's throats.
Mm-hmm.
It's a certain level of distrust
Exactly.
because of distrust when black men and when we can't even get together, because I kept saying the nuclear relationship between the black man and the black woman is vital to the survival of the black community. It is
Mm-hmm.
crucial.
Mm-hmm. And serenity, what you said is right. Stop talking so damn much. I agree. Like, stop. Like, we don't need to share everything with everybody.
Right.
I wholeheartedly agree with serenity. Yeah, whatever it is we conjure up, whatever it is we create, keep that shit in house. You ain't gotta share that. What you sharing that with the world for? Just
Mm-hmm.
so they can steal it? Just so they can sit there and put a patent on it and sit there and say, oh, that's mine, just like they did the light bulb, just like they did the toilet, just like they did the traffic light, just like they did every other invention that we have already created,
Yeah.
and literally try to take ownership of what it is that we have conjured up. Come on now.
Yeah. They also got
Everything.
to
Yeah.
they also got to think about it, brothers. Um, black people ain't no when we try to progress forward as a people, that when we're trying to progress forward, ain't no slavery over here. Ain't no Jim Crow over here. We ain't Black people ain't implementing laws to stop somebody else to succeed over here. That's another thing. Ain't nobody
Right.
ain't no subjugation over here. It's just
Right.
that's what I'm saying. But we have never had to do that. If you look back at history, we as a people have never had to enslave nobody, never had to put in Jim Crow laws, never had to subjugate nobody, never had to brutalize nobody, rape and pillage nobody. We have never had to do that.
Mm-hmm. Right.
We have
All
never
right.
had.
I'm gonna go ahead and go to the next question because the sisters here did ask a few questions. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to the next question. Anybody can answer first. Very simple. What is the best way to support black men in their respective healing journeys?
Um, in the respective healing journeys, is the best way to support them is to be that person that encourages them to continue, because every one of us has our own healing journey, and the journey looks different from for each of us. It looks different from how we start, where we started, and why we started. Because on a and I'm pretty sure everybody knows this, but black men, us as black men, as a collective, we have experienced a lot of trauma in our lives, and some of it stems from the women that raised us. And so,
Mm-hmm.
and when we meet someone, and when we meet another black woman, whether it be a friend, whether it be somebody that's like an auntie or big mama, or whether it be someone of a romantic interest, We just need that extra encouragement to keep going, because sometimes it gets hard. Sometimes when you're healing and when you're separating yourself from people, and when you're separating yourself from old friends, old behaviors, old mindset, and old people, the road gets lonely. And maybe I'm just speaking
Mm.
for my fans, but it's need.
Yeah.
Mm.
Uh. Coming from as a former man who had a lot of anger and resentment and hatred towards black women, um, one of the ways that they were
Need that one
still,
person just to say you got this and you're gonna be all right. And
yeah, they were
Mm.
still there for
Mhm.
me.
Yeah.
And I gotta tell you, brother, I was insufferable back when I was insufferable. I was rough. Um, and I look, and that's when I get emotional when I talk about it, because um you just don't find no love better than you when you really need them. Certain ones, not all of them, but certain ones, certain black women, you know, just don't find no love like that, bro. Just don't find no love. I don't explain it, but um you know, and a lot of my anger was from women who hurt me. But that doesn't mean all black women are like that.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean
Yeah.
all
I
black
agree.
women got some disdain towards us black men or things like that. But it's also like, a lot of it stems from a lot of us, us black men placing the hard work of trying of some, think it's black women's job to fix us. It's their job to support us, but it ain't their job to fix us. You know,
oh, I agree.
it's not. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Uh,
not. And I say that all the time. It's not. Black women are not the mule that you use to get there. They are to be your helpmate. There's a difference. They're not. So you're not supposed to ride their back to get you to your healing. Um, and that's what I had to learn. I had to learn that. I had to learn it, brothers. Um, I and I like I said, I'll forever be grateful to black women for even at my worst. Even at my worst, they still loved and protected me and got my healing. And I encourage y'all to do the same. Let black women be your helpmate. Don't be stubborn like I was for years, man. I'm telling you.
mhm.
Don't be
Yep.
stubborn like I was. Don't be hard headed like I was.
Mhm.
You know.
What you say, Unc? Oh, ah,
I got
there you go. There you go. There you go. What you say, Unc?
okay. As far as black women being supporters of black men, for black men have to be comfortable enough to explore their feelings and their emotions and be able to share their own, admit their own feelings and emotions to themselves first. When you're comfortable with that, then you can extend it out to, sharing your feelings and emotions with your significant others, your black women. And the only thing black women can do is give a sympathetic ear and let the man vent where he's coming from and offer some advice if you have some advice. Sometimes you don't have the advice to give them, but just being there and offering a sympathetic ear is enough. Um, black men and black women are both traumatized by the effects of racism in this country. So there's no quick fix, but you just have to work on it every day. You just have to work on it every day.
Mhm. Yeah. I believe that the best way to support black men in our healing journey is just by simply being a listening ear. You know, I believe that, just, always just being that support system, just being that extra, that just being his main beacon of moral support. You know what I'm saying? Because a man that's going through a healing journey, like that's a very hard thing for us to do, or at least for a lot of us anyway. Understand understand that when it comes to black women understand one thing. Understand that us going through a healing journey is a very tough process for a lot of us, because for a lot of us, it's like, a lot of us, this is water. This is water that we are not familiar with, that we are swimming in, that we are not familiar with. We are, we as people, we as black men, especially like when it comes to the talks of emotional intelligence and all of that other sort. We are those type. We that's a journey. All right, what Swaz said, that's uncharted territory for a lot of us. So just, I ask black women, if you're with somebody, if you're with a black man and he's on a healing journey, I ask that you have all the patience in the world with him, and always understand in the back of your mind that no matter what it is he says or does, understand that he is trying. He is trying. He will, and also understand that Rome will never be built. Rome was never built in one day. Okay, You're not gonna expect him to go into full blown healed black man in 1 week. You know what I'm saying? This healing, the healing journey, the healing process takes months, sometimes years, for a lot of black
No,
men,
no,
depending
it don't.
on the
Yeah.
depending on the internal pain and the hurt that he is dealing with. That's the one thing, that if there's one thing that I would ask black women to do when it comes to men that are going on the healing journey, have have patience. Have patience, because at the end of the day, he is doing something. He is trying his best to do something that a lot of black women want black men to do anyway. So if anything, celebrate him for that. Celebrate him, be his support system, have patience, you know what I'm saying, and go from there. Because trust me, if I promise y'all, if y'all if y'all are capable of being a man's support system and his crutch, and you give him that patience, I promise you the end results will be phenomenal. It will be
Hey,
phenomenal.
hey,
So,
Mike. First, good evening.
yo,
Good evening.
good evening as
Um,
well.
Man, look. Let me just tell y'all something right quick before I even say what I gotta say, bro. God is good. I just want to go ahead and say that first and foremost. This has been the most productive lazy Saturday of my entire life. Oh my God, I had so much good barbecue today, and it was like that. I'm sorry, I'm just being fat. Anyway, um, the healing journey of a black man. You said it's gonna take a while, and women need to be patient, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was being petty earlier, but yeah, that is a fact because I was joking around saying
Mm-hmm.
like, no, it don't take long, it don't take forever. It can happen in one day overnight because that's the reality that a lot of people are living in, or the fantasy world that we're supposed to just get over it because we're men.
Right.
And what people don't realize is that we don't get over nothing. The reason why we have, what we have, as far as stereotypes and projections put upon us as men is because we don't get over things quickly. Like certain things that look masculine, we only do it because we were taught over time, to wear a face. Wear a face, don't act like it hurts. Don't cry in public. Don't let them see you sweat. You can sweat, but don't let them see it. It's all about the aesthetics, and we need to get away from aesthetics to, the reality of it. And I think this is a part of what's going to protect the black woman if we have more healed black men. Because we can't give them something that we ain't got. You know what I'm saying? But I really think that.
And
I'll say what could really happen.
I'm sorry. Real quick. I didn't mean to cut you off, but Serenity, you asked impatience. What does that do for us? Seriously, let me ask you a question, Serenity. I know you weren't always healed. You weren't always on a healing journey, but when you were on that healing journey, did you heal overnight? Did you get over over all of your trauma within a week? If you were not able to do that, then you can't ask black men to do that either. We are not, we are not Build-A-Bears. Black men are not Build-A-Bears. We are not just something that you can just, especially the solid black men. If you want a solid black man, but the solid black men are going to take time to become solid. It's just like growing fruit. It's just like growing vegetables. It's just like it's just like that project, that school project that you work on. You know what I'm saying? It's just like that. It's just like that job project that you work on. Everything that you have done, you could never do that. You could every valuable, high quality thing that you have or that you created was never done overnight. You know what I'm saying? It was never done overnight. So you can't ask. So knowing that, you can't ask black men to be 100% solid overnight either. So after then you said so, and then girl Nene said so after being damaged goods. Who said that they were damaged? Here's the thing. Who said that a solid man is damaged goods? Who said that a solid man is damaged goods? Go ahead, Jamie.
Can I add to that real quick? Let me add to that what you're saying as well. We might be damaged, but doesn't mean that we ain't good. That's why I like the term damaged goods, because you've been through a lot of stuff, but you still good. Okay, for example, Mike, we be working out and stuff like that, right? And so what really happens with strength comes after you've been damaged, because your muscle is literally breaking down. That's why you're sore the next day, because literally brokenness has just happened. Damage has just occurred. And what happens after damage when you heal? Strength. Solid muscle happens after you've been damaged. You know what I'm saying? It's literally all damaged goods. Anybody worth having who's going to add value to your life has had to go through a season of being broken, a season of being damaged. And so, yes, black men are, and we are no good to you unless we take some time to heal. You know what I'm saying? And if you never said that we were damaged, guess what? We are. And unfortunately for a lot of us, we've never had the time to heal from stuff, because we got to be the man of the house. We got to be the men in this world, leaders and this, that, and the third. And sometimes what we need is time to just be weak. Every man is weak. Right. Every man is weak. Right. We want some time. No. Let me tell you something, my dear. Healing takes time, but the thing is, no one's healed 100%. Boxers, when they fight in the ring, they do not go into the ring 100%. All right, nobody's hurt, nobody's healed 100%. That's why you responded the way you responded, because you're not even healed 100%. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not healed 100%. No man in this panel is healed 100%. So, yeah, we can love a woman even though we're damaged goods. You know what I'm saying? We're still good even though we're damaged.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know what? In fact, I'm going to do for all the black women that are listening. I'm going to use a gym analogy, right? When you go to the gym, when we as when anybody, when men and women go to the gym and they're trying to build muscle, right? Let's just say it's your first time going to the gym and you're doing bicep curls for the first time, and your bicep for the very first time is experiencing this resistance. What y'all don't realize, like that soreness that y'all feel, for those of y'all who don't really know, who haven't really gone to the gym or haven't, or don't understand the science behind it, when you do bicep curls, that muscle is tearing. Believe it or not, that muscle is tearing. So that's why, like, as soon as you get done with a bicep workout, your bicep gets sore. It gets really, really sore, but then over time, as it heals, it becomes a bigger, better, and stronger muscle. That's how we as black men are. We are broken. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you talk about damaged goods, the solid black men are damaged goods, believe it or not. Because at one point in time, we did, just like Jay Mills said, we went through a period in time where we were broken, we were beaten, we were battered, we were bruised. But with every single strike that we took, for every single cut that we had to endure, every cut, every whip, every punch, every bruise, every beat down that we have taken through life over time, it has made us a stronger and more solid person. So just like Jay Mills said, just because we've been damaged doesn't mean that we're not good. You know what I'm saying? And who is supposed to heal that? Well, Nene, that's why I always talk about therapy. That is the reason why I always talk about therapy, for that right there. Because when you ask who is supposed to heal that, we are. That's what we do. We heal, we get better to become that solid man that black women desire.
Right.
And I hope that makes sense.
Can I chime in, brother?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. And therapy, and I just want to encourage the people in the chat and all our brothers, if you need therapy for anything, I'll be honest with you, I battle depression. That's part of, that's been my healing journey. And and one of the ways I do that is I went to therapy. I did the hard work about talking about my feelings without becoming angry or vengeful or spiteful and all that good stuff, all that kind of stuff. Um, and it does not make you less of a man or a woman if you go to therapy. It does not make you weak. It does not make you a sissy. It does not make you a simp or whatever they calling it now. It does not make you that. It actually makes you smart. You're the smart black man or the smart black woman. Because instead of walking around with all that baggage on you, you decided to go take it off. Instead of, I don't know what your religious life look like, but I'm in the church. I believe in God wholeheartedly. And one of the things that he said, one of the parables that you're taught in the Bible is that you don't be like the fool that build a house on sand. So when the storms and the rains come, his house washes away. But you build your house but be the smart person who build their house on the solid rock, to where when the storms do come, you withstand it.
Yep.
So, So therefore, by you choosing to go to therapy, you are the smart person who decided to go and set their house on a solid foundation. So when things like depression and anger and vengefulness of whatever you're going through hit, you're able to withstand it because you're doing the smart thing about going to therapy. And sometimes sometimes something may not even be wrong. That's the thing. A lot of times, sometimes it may, even if something may not be wrong, go to therapy.
Mm-hmm.
And I would even
That
say
part.
something to the ladies. I would even say something to the ladies. Please quit acting like you don't like it. Because with Mike's muscle analogy, you love seeing a chiseled black man and everything like that. That chiseledness came from suffering. That chiseledness came from being
Yep.
broken. That chiseledness came from not even just necessarily us, but time healing the damaged body parts that y'all love to look at, that y'all love to touch on, that y'all love to lay your heads on. Like that came from suffering. And I think what we need to
Mm-hmm.
realize going into these like romantic relationships and stuff like that for what we're looking for, we got to stop looking for the fairy tale, because the fairy tale says, oh, he or she is coming to me with absolutely nothing. Everybody's coming with something, man. Everybody's coming with something.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to take the person who's willing to take that responsibility on is who you're going to be, who's the person you should really consider marrying. Because with my profession, what I do, I suffer a lot of things. I suffer a lot of things sometimes in silence, because I gotta portray leadership, and I can't portray like I'm the one going through nothing or whatever, because people ain't gonna hear my voice. But when I
Mm-hmm.
come home, I can vent. I come home, I can cry. I come home, I can do all that. And the woman that I'm gonna marry is somebody I can be weak around, because
Mm-hmm.
she's gonna see me from for everything that I got. She's gonna see me from the strength. She's gonna see me to the weakness. She's gonna see me when I'm up. She's gonna see me when I'm down. I'm gonna share with her secrets that I can't share with nobody else, because I'll get judged for it. You know what I'm saying? They're like, well, you're not healed. I'm like, well, guess what? While I'm still recovering, I need you to cover me until I recover the same way I do you. You know what I'm saying? It's like you gotta be willing to. Because my brother brought up some scripture already. You know what I'm saying? The Bible even says, rejoice with those who rejoice and weep with those who weep. Don't just be there in the good times. I need you to be there in the bad times as well, because you think ain't nothing negative gonna happen in your marriage. You're fooling yourself. You're fooling yourself. Like you really lying to yourself, thinking it's gonna be perfect out here, and it's not. Everybody still got some healing to do. You may never actually be done healing, and if you are done healing, as the older generation might say, what I'm saying, they might say, yo, keep living, because once you heal from one thing, something else gonna happen, and how you gonna handle that? It's just a constant state of healing and
Mm-hmm.
getting better, but sticking together. But Mike, I'm gonna be
Mm-hmm.
fair. I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna be fair. To her point, also, the injured party gotta be very cautious about not bleeding on somebody who didn't cut you. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a woman who's trying to love you, but you got your walls up, not letting her. Chill out with all that. She's here
Yeah.
to help you. She's here not to hurt you any further, and vice versa with the ladies. It's like you can't sit up here and have all these walls up thinking that you're gonna find love with somebody, and it's like, well, I don't trust men. Well, some of us men don't trust you. You know what I'm saying? You ain't Little
I
Miss
mean,
Perfect. But
hey.
I mean, facts. I'm just saying, like, like, everybody gotta let their guard down a little bit. And yes, love hurts. Love is gonna hurt. I believe me, auntie, she's up there. You know what I'm saying? Marriage at some point is probably gonna hurt. You can't sit up here and think that it's gonna be this perfect, painless experience. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be something where there's gonna be some degree of pushback, some degree of discomfort. And I think when it comes to this whole discussion, Mike, I'm gonna be honest, this is what's gonna expose people to see if they're even strong enough to be in a relationship or be married, because they can't take
Yep.
no degree of pain.
Yeah. That part. And I was saying, and it's just like, we talk about the gym, and it's just like you said, like to the women here, don't act as if you don't like seeing this, because y'all see the biceps, y'all see the triceps that I have, y'all see the chest muscles that I have, and all that mess. I didn't get that. Understand this though. I didn't get this and not feel any type of pain.
Yeah.
I didn't go through this. I didn't get this body that I have and not experience any type of pain whatsoever. And it's the same thing when it comes to, and when it comes to the mental, but when it also comes to the mental and emotional sense, it's the same way. I didn't become this man that I am internally and not experience no pain. Some of the best men, the men that you see before you, we done all went through some sort of pain to become who we are right now. So, Nan, true solid man has ever not went through shit and still came out of it and said, "Oh, I'm a solid man." No.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question real quick though?
Yeah. Go ahead.
The sister, and Mike,
the sister that asked the question, how are we supposed to know what protected? Oh, my bad. Excuse me. Okay, what'd you say, J.
I was gonna say because Mike, Mike, you know music real well and all that stuff. I don't need to bring up that last live. When we was engaging in all manners of foolery. But the question is this, and I'm bringing this up for a reason. In this song, what would you do if your son was at home, crying all alone on the bedroom floor because he's hungry, and the only way to feed him is to sleep with a man for a little bit of money, and his dad is gone, somewhere smoking rock now, in and out of lockdown, and you ain't even got a job now. But remember what that last verse was. But for you, this is just a good time.
But for me, this is what I call life.
For me, you know what I'm saying? It's like, this is real life. This is reality. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna tell you something real before I mute myself, man. My mom was a counselor in real life. So she was counseling this couple who was saying they wanted to get married. My mother and my father are divorced after 20 years. I was not supposed to be listening, but I listened anyway. My mama hit him with all the reality stuff, man. It's like from the financial side of things, from the sexual side of things, from the from arguments, from personalities and stuff like that, even with the healing, insecurities, all that stuff. She said, "Hey, this is what your marriage is going to have in it. Are you willing to stay together and figure it out in spite of all this? Are you willing to stay together in spite of all of the stuff that's going to come up? Because everything that you could probably think of is going to come up." They even told me when I got to this church, they're like, "Hey, man, when you get married, expect some jealous so-and-so to be mad at you for not choosing her, or vice versa. Some guy mad at her for not choosing him, and they're going to try to say something, do something that's going to destroy your marriage." Like, expect that. Expect that to happen. You know what I'm saying? But are you willing to stay together in spite of the accusations, in spite of the frustrations, in spite of, you know what I'm saying, sometimes the person you with is going to get on your ever-loving nerve. Matter of fact, Auntie, quick question. Do you and the brother next, the good man next to you, do y'all ever get on each other's nerves?
We do, but then we are mindful of the fact that that's just who we are. But we will talk it out and be like, you know what? That got on my nerves. That got on my nerves. Okay, cool. And then we go.
Yeah. But
my point.
Yeah. Yeah. But what was you gonna say, Andre? All right, Andre. I'm gonna let you speak, and then I'm gonna go to this next question. But go ahead, Andre.
Yeah. I also want to say that, like, also it takes a level of also understanding when you in your relationships, your friendships, anything. Me and my homeboy, me and my homeboy, we can touch and agree that I'm a Georgia's fan. I'm a Georgia Bulldogs fan. We can touch and agree on football all day long, but when it comes to understanding about those relationships, me and him are like night and day. Me and him are like night and day. But when I see, like, when I see people like that, black couples who celebrated. I know one black couple that I'm really good friends with. They just celebrated 40 years of marriage. Don't think it can't be done. Yeah. Don't think it can't be done. You know,
Mm-hmm.
don't think it can't be done. Don't think that you're under that us as a people. A lot of times we're conditioned to think that we're undeserving of happiness. Specifically, black men. I know.
Yep.
I know a lot of black men that's got black men as a togetherness as a chokehold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they go, well, what is the point?
Mm-hmm.
They go, what is the point? What is the point of being happy?
Yeah.
What is the point of happiness? But
and we as black men should not have that thought coming across our head. We as black men should always know that there is a point to happiness. There is a point to you being happy. There is a point to you having joy. You know what I'm saying? There is a point to you being solid within yourself. There is a point in you being emotionally intelligent. All of these different positive characteristics and attributes all have a point.
Yeah.
They all have a point. So
and
we as
another
black
thing,
men need
I'm
to
gonna say this
stop
because I
allowing
gotta.
society. We as black men need to stop allowing society to make us think that we are not qualified to have those positive attributes, but also that having those positive attributes mean nothing because they mean a lot.
Right. That's right. I just want to say this because I got to drop down, but yeah, brothers, do not think for 1 second that's because that your flaws, whatever you're going through, your flaws makes you that makes you undeserving of happiness and love and peace.
Mm-mm.
Don't let your flaws, don't let what you may think that you're trying to heal from is the reason why you don't deserve to be happy.
Correct.
And same goes for our black women. Don't think that a lot of times we project our past to define us. Just because I was in this bad relationship, that don't mean that means I can't have another one, a good relationship one day. Or just because I slept with this woman or slept with that man, I'm undeserving of a relationship. Do not think that what your past doings or your past makes you unqualified for happiness. That's all I want to say.
That part, I feel you. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get into this next question. First of all, before I get into it, I didn't speak to my two brothers that just joined us, man. Roscoe Polly, how you doing, brother? Roscoe. Oh, there you go.
Hey,
what's happening with you, brother?
Not much.
All right.
I had to unmute
it. I feel you. And Uncle Daddy Grandpa, what's happening, brother, man?
Man, what's up with my young guy, man? When I seen last time I came.
Yeah.
Once I see this, this is where I'm supposed to be.
Yeah. Yes,
that's
indeed.
Where I'm supposed to be at.
Yes, indeed. I feel you. All right, y'all. So we're gonna go ahead and get into the next question, and this is a question that several black women wanted to hear from this. So I hope they still up in here. But several black women wanted to hear us answer this question right here. Who holds black men accountable to black women? I got the answer. Other black men. Other black men.
That's
what
Mike.
I say. Whoever want to go first, but that's Mike. What I say. Other black men.
Mike, hold on, Mike. Let's be real about it, though. I think the question should be reworded to who should be holding black men accountable, for how we deal with our black women. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So, on that,
hey, brother,
on that, the brother said, it should have never got to the way it got to begin with, to where we should be even asking this question, right?
Yeah,
of course,
I agree.
Of course, black men are supposed to hold other black men accountable. That's I don't know how we got away from that. I was gone for a while, so I know it changed. I don't know how we got away from that, but I can distinctly remember many a day when a fight indoors came outdoors between a man and a woman on the block, and the men came out and got that dude and pulled him to the side and talked to him. and the sisters came and got the sister and went and talked to her. You didn't have to stand around. Well, back then it wasn't no cell phone, so nobody was standing around videotaping stuff. You know what I'm saying? It was just action, you know. But yeah, black men are supposed to hold other black men accountable. And the reason society's in the position that it's in now is because nobody's been holding anybody accountable on all levels of society, not just black men. We're just a reflection of the broader society as well. Nobody's holding anybody accountable right now.
Yeah. And that's so true, brothers, about like holding each other accountable and why is it so necessary? Because you know, when one of our brothers step out of bounds and about direct their life, and nowadays, especially me being a younger black man, I see other black men encouraging him to throw their life away. You know, instead of telling him, "Hey, man, that ain't the move, bro. You need to do something else." You know, that ain't the way to go. They telling him, "Go ahead and do it, bro." Sure, yeah, you gonna. I mean, you gonna. Nah, bro. Don't tell. You know, like I tell my homeboys all the time that they got their kids. Hey, don't come to my house if you ain't seen your kids.
Right.
Don't be trying. I'm not trying to play 2K. I'm not trying to watch the ball game. If you ain't seen your kids, you ain't seen your daughter. Don't come to my house. Don't call my phone.
Yeah.
You need to make, because that's the time you trying to hang out with me. You need to be spending with your family, and also make sure the mother of your children is okay.
My circle's a little different, right? Because as Mike and a few people know, I spent 26 years in prison. I've only been out the last 27 months. But my inner circle's a little different because the guys that I kick it with, my close guys, we were all inside together. So the things that Mike talk about, emotional intelligence, having the ability to understand impulse control, right? Taking self-accountability and self-responsibility for the way I think, the way I move, and the way I function, right? Everybody in my circle does that. So if I ever have a moment, you know, where I done got upset about something, I done got mad, I done got pissed off, or I may be having a flashback or something like that, I got a network of brothers. And I'm not just saying black men, I'm talking about guys that did time, you know, 15 years or better. They're all in my contact. I can call anyone or multiple and have them on the phone with me, and we can talk and go through the process and work through it. You know, where's the tension at in your body? What caused you to feel this way? You know what I'm saying? And I think as we talk about the problems that we are having in the community amongst black men, we should also talk about what I just said. What are some of the solutions that you have for yourself that you could share with people, or what have you heard of? And like I said, in my case, I have a real strong support team of men, you know, that I can go to. And just like I go to my woman on a one-on-one and open up and be vulnerable to her, when I go to my dudes, I can open up and be vulnerable to them too and let them know what's going on. So I think some of this we have to do on our own. We have to find our own family. We have to create our tribe of brothers and men that we can be that way with. That's why I come to this live, because I get the same feeling in this live that I got inside of prison in a room with 30 dudes who had nothing else left but to open up and find healing. That's the same sentiment and the energy that I get when I come to Mike's lives. That's why I'm here. Right. You got to build you a team of people that you have, like the brother said up there, Andre, that's going to tell you not to jump off the cliff, but also tell you how to find some healing somewhere, you know. Yep. And if you in here with Mike, you know, as an OG, I get it from the youngster. He reminds me. So here's my endorsement.
And also, I'm going to say this real fast because I really do got to drop down. Also, brothers, one of the things that I also encourage is particularly for younger black males that's coming up. Me, I'm only 25. Listen to older black men who have been down the roads that we are that some of us have tried to travel or are traveling. Listen to them, because rather than just calling them an old ass man or don't want to get your live band, I listen to what they have to say.
Yeah.
You know, I listen to what they have to tell us. You know, I sit there and I listen to them saying that they used to fight women, that they used to sell drugs, that they've been to jail, and I sit there and listen to them, and they tell me all the time, like just like my father should have did. They tell me all the time, young brother, don't go down the road that I did. I'm doing this because I don't want you to make the same mistakes that I did. Don't go real wrong. Don't go wrong. He said, "I wish they say things like, I wish somebody had told me before I went down to the road." So I listen to those older black men who are out there doing their thing, setting up the examples, being fathers, standing up for their families, and doing their thing out here in these streets. I listen to them because they have a lot of wisdom. So
right.
therefore,
you can listen to an old dude like me, but
yeah. Oh yeah. Go ahead, Roscoe.
Yeah.
Just tapping into the topic of discussion. I think just like anything else, because we find people that want to be holding other people accountable, but they don't know how to reach people.
Don't do what I did.
You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people, they say, well, I'm older, you need to listen to me, but they don't know how to reach the younger generation. They don't know how to reach people that are not mature in that where they are. You know what I'm saying? And so I think the accountability has to first start at your doorstep. You know what I'm saying? You can't tell nobody, well, do what I say, and I'm leading and guiding you and giving you all this good advice, but I'm not using the advice for my own life. You know what I'm saying? They see something opposite of what I'm saying. And so mercy and grace has to play a part in our relationship to be relevant in somebody else's life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got to remember that you once was a child. You acted as a child, but now that you're older and more mature, you put away childish things. You know what I'm saying? But you still don't have it all together. You still got your own flaws. You still got your own things that you deal with. And so in order for us to be to the younger generation, to the older generation, to anybody really, and it don't have to be male or female, it can just be anybody that we say we care about and we want to see them, better themselves, then we have to learn how to approach people. And I had to learn that as a minister, to understanding the different seasons of life. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes it's not about a scripture. Sometimes it's about putting some money in somebody's hand. Say, hey, put this food in your stomach, or put these clothes on your back, or let me help you put a roof over your head. You know what I'm saying? Then they can understand that I care about them and I respect them, and so now they're willing to respect and hear what I got to say.
It always starts with self first.
Right.
You can't teach one. Here's the thing. The thing that a lot of black women gotta understand is that we can't teach about accountability if we don't know how to hold ourselves accountable.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That'd be like me trying to show. It would be like me trying to show somebody how to make broccoli rice casserole, and I ain't never made broccoli and rice casserole. You know what I'm saying? I gotta learn how to make broccoli and rice casserole first before I try to teach somebody how to make broccoli and rice casserole.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like so we gotta teach ourselves. We gotta teach ourselves and exercise our mind into figuring out what accountability is. And then once we do that, then we can hold other black men accountable.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Now, true enough, a lot of us, like the men that y'all see before you, we are in that position because we've been there and we took that journey to hold ourselves accountable for our own actions. But if we were not qualified to do that, if we went through life thinking that everything is somebody else's fault and not ours, how in the heck are we supposed to teach anybody else about accountability? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Roscoe, I'm in agreement with you on that one. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we have to be right. We have to get right, and then you know what I'm saying. But Uncle Daddy Grandpa, you said you wanted to answer Serena's questions.
Yeah, that question she asked. So what is accountability? I'm gonna give you some accountability right now. Right. In 1994, I went to a furniture store in Inglewood and tried to violently rob it with a gun, and got into a shootout with the owner and the employee. And I was shot in the side of my face, and I was taken to jail that day and spent 26 years in prison. 26 years, 3 months, and 3 weeks. Now, I was held accountable to committing crimes to society. But while I was in there for 26 years, I also took all of the wealth, the knowledge, the history that my parents and my grandparents and my great grandmother taught me about who I was and where I came from. All of that went into prison with me and left out of the Black community because I was so selfish in what I wanted to do. And I didn't want to work hard for it back then. So I picked a pistol up and was taking everything from everybody back then in the late 80s and the early 90s. I was one of those guys, right? And I went to jail for that, right? While I was in jail, I decided to change who I was because I didn't want to come out if I was going to live that long, because I got a 50-year life sentence for the crimes I committed and helped terrorize my community. So I changed. I'm not a Christian. I'm a Muslim. So I learned Arabic so I can learn the Quran. And then I ended up learning Hebrew, ended up learning Greek and about 7 other languages just in the search of trying to understand who God was so I can change who I was from the inside out. Religion only got me so far, though, because just like we talking about, there was young brothers on the yard, because by the time I'm doing this, I'm in my 40s. The young brothers on the yard is in their 20s and mid 20s and early 30s. So mentally, I remember what I used to think like that back then. So I was able to connect with them inside of prison through sports. If you know anything about me, you can research into my history, what I did inside and what I'm doing since I've been home when it comes to sports and basketball. But I'm holding myself accountable like this. Every brother that stayed out of prison during the whole time that I was in there, who took care of their families, didn't get involved in the street life, didn't sell drugs, stayed clean, stuck it out, all of those guys are the heroes that we should be looking at. Those are the ones that I see Black women and Black men overlooking and not giving them their flowers on a regular basis since I've been home. Those are the individuals that are the heroes. People like to celebrate me for doing 26 years in prison and coming out just because I didn't come out gay and I come out, you know what I'm saying, with a career that I went to. That's not heroic stuff. Excuse me, I almost cussed, Mike. That's not heroic stuff. That I put myself in that position. I just changed while I was in that position to make myself better. The real heroes are the brothers that you're looking at right now who didn't go to jail, who didn't choose to give up on themselves. If you want to celebrate me for anything or people like me, just that's what self-accountability looks like. So when the people that are around me are going to be the same way I am, and the people I endorse speak the same language I speak, hold myself accountable. I'm my best example of everything I say. If I'm not, then I'm a liar. I'm a walking hypocrite, right? And I'm never going to do that.
Yep.
So that's what self-accountability looks like. Mike is a cat I endorse, and some of these other brothers I didn't heard, I endorsed them too. That's what self-accountability looks like. Yeah. I put myself in jail. I had to get myself out. It wasn't a Black woman. It wasn't the police. It wasn't racism. It wasn't the courts. It wasn't nobody else but me picking up a pistol and taking stuff from people and getting caught.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna Serenity. I'm gonna add on to what the brother, Uncle Daddy, Grandpa said. You want to know what accountability is for me? Back when I was 22, 23 years old, right? I was so overwhelmed by loneliness. I was so overwhelmed by what the world and society wanted me to be that I was spending money on the wrong stuff. I was out here trying to floss and flodge for people who didn't even care. You know what I'm saying? I was out here trying to make, in this time when I could have been increasing my wealth as a young Black man, I instead indulged in the wrong stuff. I'm sitting here going out spending hundreds of dollars at bars, out here spending thousands of dollars at strip clubs, all because I was overwhelmed by loneliness, all because I wanted myself to feel like I was important. You know what I'm saying? Because I thought that having all of this worldly stuff was what made me a man. Yes, I was in that position at one point in time when I thought the tangibles were what made me what a man really was. And you know what ended up happening? I ended up buying so much stuff and had no money for the necessities that I wound up $400 in debt. I went to my bank account. I looked at my statement. I was over $400 in the red, all because of my poor money making decisions and my poor money spending decisions rather. I was literally I had a prime job. I was in a prime position. I was in a prime position to actually have so much more, but I blew that away. And just like Uncle Daddy Grandpa said, the only person that could get me out of it was me. So what did I have to do? I had to get on my grind. I had to man up. I had to get my head on straight, and I had to get my hustle on to dig myself up out of that hole. And when I did, I learned from that lesson, and it didn't happen again. So accountability, that's what accountability is to me. I didn't blame nobody else. I didn't blame them people as I didn't blame it on the new shoes that I got. I didn't blame it on the new suits that I was trying to buy. I didn't blame it on all those ones that I was throwing up in them clubs and making it rain and all the stuff. I blame that on me. That was my fault because I didn't manage my money the way that I was supposed to. So that's what accountability is to me.
I want to add something to what Uncle Daddy was saying. One of the in the box, well, not in the box, but in the comments, she said patience and wisdom, and that's kind of where I was leading to, because he said that they were praising him for going through prison in that time, but if that, and I think this is where we fell short at. We got to tell people the whole truth and nothing but the truth. That it was God that helped us become a better us. You know what I'm saying? And that's what he was talking about. He studied the word to, allow God to help him to become a better him. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
The one thing I humbly, Brother Roscoe, I want to humbly disagree with you. Please allow me to explain my disagreement, because I do believe in a higher power. I do believe in the Most High. One thing I learned is not to put what I believe on somebody else's experience, not to put my faith and say what I believe is the reason that something happened to somebody else, right? And I learned that lesson the hard way, because I have a lot of Christian brothers that I'm real close friends with, right? And what we used to do and what we started noticing was a lot of people, when they get into religions, they start to play, if they're Christian, they get in church and play who's the better Christian. Instead of being in there listening to the word, they're in there listening to something else. Instead of going there to get the word of God inside of the house that it was built for, they up in there judging other people for other stuff. And it happens in Islam and every other religion. And so what we learned was, if we didn't take our personal beliefs and put our personal experience with that belief onto somebody else's experience and allow them to tell us how they made it there, then we might learn a new lesson that was hidden from us in how God works.
Really, you saying the same thing I said, but that's
what happens is because I'm Muslim. What happens is,
let me show you.
Well, hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay. Real quick, Uncle Daddy Grandpa, I'm gonna let you finish, and then Roscoe, I'm gonna let you go after him.
Okay, yeah, let me finish, because when I first came home, my mother's a Christian. I grew up in a Christian household. I was baptized when I was 12. I know, I know, right? But when I first came home, said, look at God work, praise Jesus. Jesus did this. God, their belief system, they feel did that for me. But here's the thing. I never prayed to Jesus. I never prayed to Muhammad. I never prayed to God or any other thing that anybody else has a name for it, because my personal belief system is much, much deeper than that. So for me to limit somebody, or for you to limit somebody to your belief when their belief may be smaller than yours, you may be crushing them with what you believe. You may crush somebody by saying that to them, because they may not have the same faith level as you. And on the opposite end, if you run into somebody that reads 8 or 9 languages and read a whole bunch of holy books, you may be limiting them to your belief, rather than just giving praise to the person who believes in something higher. Don't limit it. Don't limit us. We are limitless. That's why we're sitting here, black man. That's why we're sitting here, black man.
That's why I was trying to show you. You're really saying the same thing.
Okay.
Because you found your relationship with God in prison, right? Do you think? I mean, you said you studied the Most High in prison.
Okay. See, I want to word this correctly. So again, I was baptized when I was 12. So I knew of a belief of God through my parents and my grandparents. So did I know of a God? Of course I did. We all did. You know, if we grew up in a household like that. My development is something different though, because I just spoke about self accountability and self responsibility. You know, let me give it to you this way. I refuse to allow somebody else who I never met to translate a book for me and then tell me where my spiritual salvation was. While I was in prison, I took the time to learn all those languages so I can read those books for my own mind and my own edification. And then I started putting it into practice. Much different. Self
That's
accountability
what
and self responsibility.
that's what I'm showing you. You're saying the same thing because if you take God out of the equation, let's take God out of the equation. You take you take the wisdom, the knowledge, everything out of the equation, then you have nothing.
Again, that's a sentiment that you hold, and I respect that. I respect that you feel that way because the way that you approach it and the way I'm hearing you, and if I'm wrong, please correct me. In your mind, if you remove God from everything that you think exists or everything that you feel puts everything into your existence, then you're left with nothing.
Not
You
really
have
just
nothing left for you. Is that what you're saying?
so the wisdom. You know, when
No,
you
I'm
first was
but
talking,
it's really a simple,
you
but it's really a simple question.
no, that's what I'm going to show you. So if you listen to what you were saying, you said I studied to learn God, not to listen to what somebody else was teaching me, but to learn Him for myself. Right?
But you never asked me what I learned.
It had to be something to better who you are. So
That
when you came out,
let's
you
talk
wouldn't come
about
out the same way.
let's okay. So real quick, I just want to ask. Because I want to stay on track here, but I do want to ask this question. I do want to ask this question, Uncle Daddy Grandpa, and then I want to go to the next question here. So yeah, let's talk about this, Uncle Daddy Grandpa. What did you learn? Like what did you learn from that?
I'm gonna give you the conclusion first. All that
Mm-hmm.
study and everything I learned, the one thing I learned is the only difference between me and somebody who don't know what I know is I know what they don't know. Other than that,
Mm-hmm.
there's exactly no difference between me and anybody else, no matter what their faith is, no matter what their sexual preference is, no matter what their ethnicity is. You know, none of that really meant anything at the end of this journey, other than for me to be a better person and treat everybody the way I wanted to be treated. That's where I ended up at.
Yeah.
I ended up understanding that everybody got a message in the language and the culture that they got it in, and it was meant for them in that language and culture, but they all led back to one central place. Now, to keep it 100, everything led back to the walls of Kemet. Everything led right back to the hieroglyphics. So I had to spend a year and a half learning those, right? And then start deciphering messages out of that. And again, what I learned was in all of that search and all of that wisdom that the brother's talking about, because there's a lot of wisdom in a lot of holy books, a lot of it, right? But the application of it is where we seem to have a problem at, because we keep, in a sense, we make God the reason we do it rather than us just doing it.
Well, I
Okay.
mean that was my whole point is the wisdom, because like you said, and this is why a lot of people, I think they push so many people away from God because they begin to get saved and they become hypocrites. You know what I'm saying? Jesus came, as my belief, to pay a debt that we could never pay. You know what I'm saying? But when people start getting wisdom, they start looking down and judging other people in the season that they're in, neglecting the fact of the season and the flaws that they came out of. You know what I'm
You
saying?
know what's cool about that statement? I'm gonna show you what's cool about that statement. Hold on, Mike, real quick. Real quick. Trust me, you know I'm a good brother. I just want to point something out to the brother Roscoe. And please understand, what you just said gave the assumption that I think that I'm up here and other people are down here. Or the example you gave of was people who think they're up here, but they're down here.
No, it wasn't directed personally to you.
Brother, whether it was directed to me or not, I still have to speak to it because humbly, I think, let me reword it this way. I found out at the end of my journey that I wasn't nothing. That's what I found at the end of my journey. I was nothing. Now, how you listen to that statement is everything. How you listen to what I just said is everything. I'm nothing.
That's where humility comes from.
Okay, so if you hear that, then when you hear people like me, because you may run into people like me again in the future who've taken these types of journeys, and each one of these journeys that each one of us has taken individually to get us to this spot right now, at this moment, in this conversation with 51 people in this live, to hear this, how we're even discussing this. Do you know people can't disagree the way we disagree, or have a discussion or a debate that we're having it without name calling? Do you realize that people are sitting here watching 5 black kings have a discussion on religion, and ain't none of us start yelling, ain't none of us start screaming, ain't none of us start pulling out Bible verses and Quranic verses and using them like swords to chop each other up, but we're actually using the books and the wisdom that we all have on whatever level we are to uplift everybody that's listening to us?
You know, and I mean that was a lot of my point too, because a lot of times, you know, what people don't realize is people say Christians, but most people don't understand that most people that claim to be Christians are not actually Christians because they don't understand the doctrines of what define Christianity. And so they don't have the mercy, they don't have the grace, they don't have the love because they're still blinded by false religion. You know what I'm saying? So when you say Christians, a lot of people take on negative titles with religion and Christianity because they don't fully understand that the whole point of Christianity was defining what pure religion is, based on loving God and loving thy neighbor.
Yeah.
Then your
okay.
job,
so real quick,
is to uplift them.
So real quick. I do want to get back on track because we dipping into a whole another kind of pool right here because and trust me, we gon' trust me, we are going to have a live where we are discussing the many realms of spirituality. Trust me, we are going to have that live because I know, because again, that's a live where I know Codename Belladonna, Auntie is gonna want to be a part of, Uncle's gonna want to be a part of, Jay the Vile's gonna want to be a part, because we're all gonna get together and to discuss this at some point in time. But we gonna hold off on that. We're gonna put that on the back burner for a little bit. Yeah, gotcha. But
Hey, Mike. Can I say something about accountability real quick before we move on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Since I didn't give like what it actually looks like to me, I will say this. After what I just heard, I will go back to it's an interview. It's a really, really like short interview that you can find on YouTube with Muhammad Ali and Martin Luther King Jr. 2 separate career fields, 2 separate faiths. Pretty much, for the most part, 2 separate life experiences, with the exception of what brought them together in the first place, which is that they are 2 black men trying to better the lives of everybody who looks like us. You know what I'm saying? And they even both said it. He hugged Martin Luther King and everything and said, look, man, we still brothers at the end of the day because we are being faced with the same problem. And I think that's what accountability is all us looking at our differences, throwing our differences out the window and getting to our similarities, which is why you would see, with the example that was brought up earlier, you see a man and a woman, cackling, arguing outside or whatever, making fools of ourselves. The men pull the brother to the side, the women pull the lady to the side, and they tell them, hey, that ain't how you go about life right here, because we're all, I mean, what you're doing is affecting all of us.
Correct.
And every decision you make affects all of us, because when the cops see you guys arguing, they're going to assume that all of us are volatile, can't control ourselves, have no emotional maturity, and then blase blase. And then, you know, looking at the interview I've just brought up, we can't allow really anything to really separate us when it comes to holistic growth for our black community. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what we might believe, where we've been, what our life journey is like, at the end of the day, it's all about elevation. At the end of the day, it's about
I agree.
Elevating, uplifting the black community, whichever way, you know, is the best way. And what anybody believes is what they believe. You know, my God doesn't force himself upon nobody, and I don't either. So at the end of the day, I think that's what accountability is, just us putting aside differences and getting down to the nitty gritty of why we're even here in the first place, which is to just make things better for us, you know.
Right. And I agree. Like I believe that, you know, if we get over all of the others, all this other stuff, like if we get over our belief system or our religious system, we get over all of these other different things and actually focus on what's important, and that is the black community and the health and the state of the black community, that we will actually see the improvement and the progression that we as black people want to see. You know what I'm saying? Just like what Jay Mills said, you know, Martin Luther King, Muhammad Ali, two black men coming from two different worlds, but when it came to the black community, they were one band, one freaking sound. Now imagine if two black men could do that. Imagine what type of change we would make if all of us thought that way. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I want to leave with y'all with on that one. Now I'm gonna get into this next question. Lord, this right here, boy. I already know where this here's going. I already know where this is going, but I'm gonna ask it though. The question is, and anybody can answer when they get ready. And it's kind of, again, this is a kind of a long question, so if I gotta repeat it, then I will. Why are black men listening to other black men who have not been successful in relationships with women? Example: Kevin Samuels had 2 failed marriages, no prospects, and didn't take care of his child, but other men swore by his words when it came to speaking on black women.
I can speak on that. I heard the question loud and clear. So let me go ahead and say this, man. The same person who probably asked that question probably says, well, even divorced people can give good marital advice. And if you're divorced, that means your marriage has failed, but you say you can still give good marital advice. I mean, wisdom is wisdom. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. They've never been successful in relationships. Even though they have good advice, they probably have bad choices in who they choose to be in relationship with, which is a possibility. Your knowledge or wisdom about relationships does not make you a good judge of character, unfortunately. But yeah, they have not had successful relationships. Doesn't mean that what they're saying is not right. And like I said before, you know, in my profession, we have a saying: if the devil quotes scripture, it's still scripture. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, like, you know, if the devil quotes scripture, it's still scripture. You know, when you're right, you're right. When you're wrong, you're wrong. But like, why are we men taking relationship? First off, that's a generalistic statement, because all of us ain't taking advice from nobody. To be honest with you,
right?
We wouldn't be doing some of the stuff we were doing if we were taking wise counsel from somebody who knows better. But you know, ain't nobody got all the answers, bro. I mean, we gotta take advice from somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like, Mike, what is your what is your degree in?
My degree?
Yeah, whatever you went to school for.
Oh, I don't have a degree. I don't have a college degree.
Well, whatever
I
you
went to college, but I wasn't able to finish.
all right, so let's say whatever field you're in,
Mm-hmm.
did you have to learn something from somebody?
Yeah.
Did that person have all the answers? They know everything,
No.
or did you have to piece it? Did you have to piece together what you know from other sources and your own plus your own experience, and just for
Yeah.
trial and error?
For my field of work, what I had to do was not only listen to the vets that have been there, done that, and been successful, but I also had to do my own research and teach myself as well.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
because the person who might be giving you advice don't know everything.
Right.
And secondly, it's like without even bad advice, you don't know anything. You'll be wallowing around in ignorance
Right.
because you have absolutely nothing to go off of. So, I mean, you learn and you grow, but as far as why we are taking advice from people like that, first off, this black man here does not take no marital advice from no Kevin Samuels.
Mm-hmm.
He's too extreme for me. He's the male version of K. Michelle. You know what I'm saying? I said it. You can record this live and have everybody know I
Hey,
said it.
now wait. K Michelle, my baby. I'm sorry. K Michelle is my baby.
K.
Look,
Michelle thinks you're
and her little toxic self, her and her little loud aggressive self. I don't know. I don't know what it is about K Michelle, but that's been my baby.
Mike, K. Michelle thinks you're trash. She thinks you're a terrible man. She thinks all black men cheat. She thinks you ain't nothing. She says the only men she would consider marrying is Jesus and Obama. Okay. And, the way she be acting, I think she's been cheating on Jesus, with this world. But anyway,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? She talked about that's the only good man she would ever have, but she ain't even doing right by him. But I digress. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? It's like the man is too extreme for me, bro. Like, ain't nobody taking no advice from him. And then also, Kevin Samuels has been married twice. Now, one thing I will say about him is that he didn't give advice per se. He gave more so criticism, whether it's constructive, destructive, whatever. But I heard a wise man say before, don't ever take constructive criticism from somebody who ain't never constructed nothing. If you ain't built nothing, you can't tell me nothing. Like you said earlier, you can't show somebody how to make some casserole if you ain't never made casserole before. But I mean, if anybody could give good advice. If they right, they just right. If they wrong, they just wrong.
However, but here's the thing though. Can we really sit here and say, like, what do you think makes other black men, like the black men that followed Kevin Samuels? What in your mind makes you think that, or at least for them, what do you think for them? Why do you think they look at him and truly believe that everything that he said was factual?
Hey, Jay, can I answer this, Jay?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Uncle.
Can I get raw?
Use safe words. Use safe words.
I'm gonna gonna stay safe. I'm gonna stay safe. This is Mike live. This ain't my live. I get shut down and mine is his. I gotta respect the live. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what it is, right? And I'm gonna bypass a whole bunch of medical terminology to go here. The reason the guys that were open to the brother's message, right, was because those type of people were raised by and around primarily women, right? So their emotional development and how they emotionally dealt with things was from a feminine perspective, right? So Kevin Samuels spoke to that. He spoke to that part because he was raised by a single mother as well. When I first came home, I started listening to his videos because I was in shock when I first heard him talking. I was like, I know that. Are you serious? This dude is saying this about black women. We didn't got here. So I actually sat down for over 45 days and watched his videos. And what I noticed what he was doing, he was actually teaching them the things he was teaching them, right, were classes we were teaching inside on hygiene and stuff like that. He was literally teaching those dudes about wipes and how to clean themselves after they use the bathroom. Now, to the average person who may have been raised in a home where they was taught to clean themselves, this may sound crazy, but trust me, it's a whole bunch of dudes walking around here with stains in their underwear. And it shouldn't be that way. And he was actually teaching them that type of stuff. He was giving them lessons that a lot of people wasn't giving them. And he was the only person that they could actually emotionally relate to. That's why that same generation and them same type of people that we talking about get highly offended when they're speaking to a grown man who's giving it to them raw. They'll hurry up and get your live shut down because it made them feel a certain way. That's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with guys who are emotionally female, but their bodies are male. And so they process everything through a feminine emotional process because that's all they were around. That's all they were around.
I'll also say this. One, I think that they were just going off of what he said because they didn't have no good argument for it. You know, because I know one thing Kevin Samuel said was, for any woman who is only offering one thing that a man can get from any other woman, he's like, why do I need you? What are you bringing to the table other than your legs? You know what I'm saying? What are you bringing? And so women didn't have no argument with that. Even men didn't have no argument with that. But with all the other things he was mentioning, I won't say that it was a feminine space that men were operating from with their emotions, because we just had a whole talk about before in this live about us men, you know, feeling what we're feeling, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, you have brokenness because you don't deal with your emotions and stuff like that. But I will say that it's I'm from the deep south, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We under Tennessee, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, Auntie and I from the same area. Hit dog or holler, man. A hit dog or holler. And so when Kevin Samuels was saying what he was saying, people feel some type of way because, you know, they're the ones walking around with stains in their drawers. And I think when he was teaching men about how to be more attractive to women, hygiene is probably one of the number one ways to get a woman to like you. Because one man, when I was like a kid, like I was like probably 10, 11 years old, they're teaching me about, hey man, you want to get yourself a nice looking girlfriend. What's the first thing that should come out of your mouth when you speak to a woman? And we all were saying where we were saying, he's like, all of you guys are wrong. The first thing that should come out of your mouth when you speak to a woman is a breeze of fresh breath. Don't ever talk to no woman with no yak mouth. And so,
yeah.
I mean, so yeah, like, but for me, honestly, he was just too extreme with some of the stuff he was dishing out towards women, and other guys. And then he talks about how unattractive certain people were. And I'm like, well, sir, you look like. Let me stop that. That man has passed away, so I can't say that. But you know, Unc, you know what I'm about to say.
And that's why I didn't speak ill of him. Even though I said what I said, you notice I didn't speak ill of him. I disagree with his opinions on black women across the board, straight up and down. Anytime you disparaging somebody, that's not the way you build somebody up. You can tear somebody down to build them up with constructive criticism. But somebody mentioned in the thing, like, dude, you watch 45 Days of him? Let me answer that question. I did 26 years in prison. Doing 45 days of research is nothing for me. Trust me, it was nothing to watch that. I wasn't affected by it, but I did get an understanding of him, and like the brother was saying, I hear dog a holler all the time, you know.
Hello.
And there's been many a days as creators, people make videos and they try to throw little slide things in, you know, about the people that they dislike, you know, because they got hit in a live or they got hit on a video. Just on some simple stuff, straight across the board, just like what I just said. I'm not equating bad male behavior to a person being, emotionally feminine. Bad male behavior is bad male behavior. Simple as that.
Yeah.
It's about self-accountability and self-responsibility. People get angry. A lot of brothers get angry when I say this, right? But the only way that you can start to address a problem is to actually say what the problem is and not worry about if you're the problem.
Mm-hmm.
When I was worried about how I felt about people was going to look at me when I was the problem, I never started solving the problem. I went deeper into the problem. I was running from it because I was so scared of how I was going to be judged because I was the person that was being talked about. And I was so ashamed of it at the time. That helped lead me to prison. See, running from the truth will run you into someplace worse.
Yeah.
And I know when I say this in lives, and I know when I say it in my lives, and I say it person to person all the time, in the lives is one thing, but I'm out in the street with mine. When I say this to dudes really get upset at me, right? And I tell them, but am I wrong? Was you raised around women? Was you raised around your mom and your aunties, or your mama and your play aunties? And your sisters and your cousins? Was the majority of them women? Well, yeah, that's why you and your homeboy call each other the B word. And it's nothing to y'all, because that's how women talk to each other. They call each other the B word. Y'all, I listen to young dudes who sound like they in a beauty parlor and not in a barbershop when they talk to each other. And that's because who they was raised around. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. You just got what you got. But if you recognize what I'm saying is possibly true, and it possibly explains how you emotionally respond to stuff. How come I always get angry, man? How come I don't have no self-control? Why am I always telling you, you have to self-reflect if you want to heal. You got to look at yourself first. I didn't get healed until I looked at myself and said, man, I was my own damn problem. Me. The way I thought, the way I looked at the world, the way I viewed everything, me. I'm responsible for the way I think now. So I think like a man, so I act like one, and I function as one. But when I was a little boy, I blamed everybody else for what happened. Nah, man, listen, I'm telling you one more time before I mute my mic. You was raised around a bunch of women, and you don't understand how come you like to argue with women. Because grown men, I'm telling you, we don't argue with women. We step off. Because we understand women do that. They do this all day long. Because that's what they do. Ain't nothing wrong with it, but we don't. But when you find guys online that be going back and forth and arguing with women and doing the whataboutism, that's because they emotionally understand each other. That's why it happens. Stop it, Mike. You need to stop, Mike. Mike, you need to stop.
Man, I'm laughing. I'm laughing at my boy. I'm laughing at my boy, Mr. Bass. I'm looking at the face that he's making. I'm just.
What's up with Bass, man? How you doing, brother?
It's just because I agree with some of what Uncle Daddy saying, and I also got some pushback on what he's saying. You hear me? So it's like, I wanted to like hear the whole thing, but then some of you said, I'm like, man, I don't agree with that, bro. And that's just, man to man. Like, it just felt like it started. I know it's not your intention, but it started sounding like you're blaming women and single mothers for these dudes being toxic as fuck. And that can be like what you said. No, let me just. No, I know that's not your intention, bro. I know it's not. But what I'm saying is just listen to it. That's what my mind was going, because you said women are the ones, like you basically say women are more emotional. Man, we emotional than a motherfucker. You said women be doing all the talking, man. We talking right now. You heard me? Like, you know what I'm saying? But especially amongst each other, we get in that barbershop, we be running, we get talking, we get the pop fine. So it's like some of these things that you like, it sound like you tripping in the women. I'm like, that's what we all do. And like, and it was funny when you said the thing about like the Kevin Samuel like dudes damaged because they were raised around women. I feel like they damaged because they didn't have the right fatherly presence. And I say the right fatherly presence because you can have a dude in your life that's a man in your life. He could suck. He could be bringing you down. He could be teaching you the wrong shit. He could be unhealed. He could not be unpacking nothing. So just having a dad there ain't all it is. You need the right fatherly figures. And I feel like a lot of these cats, even if they had fathers in the house, it was like they operate like fatherless people. You know what I'm saying? And it seems like they went, because you look at these cats, you look at Kevin Samuels, who's an older black man. So it's like they gravitated to a father figure. Andrew Tate, all these young, like teenagers and 20-some-year-olds gravitate to almost being a father figure. Charleston White out here got this huge ass following because it's like these cats need a father figure. They just gravitating towards it. You hear me? So it's like, I can't just say, okay, because you was around women, your head fucked up. I gotta say this, like being around some toxic women might have fucked up your head. That's possible. But I know a lot of cats out here that wasn't just raised around women and their head still fucked up the same way because we all get drenched in this whole patriarchy and everything else. It's the conditioning of the system that was fucked up and we all react different ways. Because I feel like, I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna shut up. I feel like if you got like 5 dudes, right? And they get thrown and they get taught the same shit. 2 of them 5 dudes gonna take it one way, another 2 gonna take it another way, and that 5th one might just be a whole fucking monster out here. And that might not be, that's not necessarily dependent upon who around him as much as how his mental makeup is. So it's like, I feel like it's layered and nuanced, because I don't think that you're fully wrong. I just got certain pushback on some of what you said. You hear me?
And I'm glad you said that, right? Because those are the type of conversations I like to have when a cat will set up and say, look, homie, let me push back on that. Let me tell you what's happening, right? Because the part that I may be missing, and I'm gonna leave this wide open, the part that I may be missing is because I spent 26 years in prison. So I wasn't living in the society as much as watching it from the outside looking in, and then being thrown in it for the past 27 months and going through the spin cycle trying to figure out what's going on. So part of what you said I agree with. And here's where my agreement is. How somebody can take what I said. And another word you used was damaged. I never used the word damage. I said they were attracted to it because that's what they grew up around. Now, the only reason I'm pointing out that you use the word damage is because most people, when they hear something that I've noticed since I've been home, when they hear something that attacks and they feel like it's attacking them, when it's said to them, the hard words come into it, not what I said, but how they took what I said. Big difference. There's a huge difference between what I said and how it was took. Because when the person is setting up under that red beam, when it get pointed at them, and doop, 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 then it's like, oh, wait a minute, he hit me. And it hit a little harder. So the reason I'm glad you spoke up is because I'm glad you give me the opportunity to clarify the thing that you started off on. In no shape, form, or fashion does Uncle Daddy Grandpa, before I went to prison, while I was in prison, and since I've been home, is ever going to be in a position where I'm standing other than next to a black woman when we start talking about this type of stuff. I am no shape, form, or fashion ever blaming a black woman for anything that ever happened to me or to any other black men. Know this for the people that's just meet me, and Bats, I done heard you before, so you're going to definitely feel this. We all was birthed from that. Ain't nothing on this planet walking around except it came through a black woman. So let's make sure that's off the top. And that's where the respect go first. And that patriarchy that he spoke on, that's the main thing that's keeping us down as a black man and community, we think like white men in a lot of ways. We need to unwrap that too. That's what now let me tell you what I learned from young brothers like Mike and Bat, since Bat's about to find out who I am now. I done been and listened to him, and I done heard him speak. And one thing that he says consistently, not word for word, but the principle, if you on the other side of black woman, you way out of pocket. That's why I knew who you was when you jumped in the live. I've been listening to you for a while now. You just now meet me, brother.
And this
much
respect
to you. Much respect to you.
I want respect on the level of, bro, you was in there and you like educated yourself. You like the fact that you got out and then go left, bro. Like there's nothing. I give immense respect to that because you already know. You know what I mean? Especially coming from where a lot of us come from.
Right.
That's not easy. What you've done isn't easy. That and still have your mind intact isn't easy.
No, I only got
I got to give that same respect back to you.
Let's keep it 100. Let's keep it 100. I only got a piece of my mind intact. You trust me, brothers.
Well, you got
Brothers,
enough
trust
of
me.
it, goddamn. That we
Brothers,
still can grow and
brothers,
get with it.
listen what I'm finna tell you, Bat. Bat, listen what I'm finna tell you, young brother. Listen what I'm finna tell you. Listen, I'm finna tell you something, man. If ain't nobody else ever told you this, if you ain't got a G in your life that told you this, that did some time, finna tell you something. It is hard. It is hard to do time and be a heterosexual black man. Now, cats go in and you see them fall into it 3 years. I had to do 26 of it like that. Brother, it's hard. My example is straight up. If you think you a gangster, you're going to have to be a gangster all the way. Don't be a gangster when you're doing the crime. Be a gangster when you get caught and go do the time too, and stand G on that when you walk out. Trust that.
Yeah.
And
My man.
Bats is street turf. I mean, that's turf work right there. I don't know
My
much
man.
about Mike on the personal level, but again, I know about his street work. That's turf work right there. You know what I'm talking about. A cat can only walk out of prison with 3 things and stand up with it. I ain't snitched on nobody. I ain't never ran out, and I ain't never snuck behind the curtain with somebody's son. Those are the only 3 things I could walk out of value.
I don't wanna give necessarily pushback, but I do want to challenge that thought pattern a little bit about, I guess, arguing with women. So one thing I
Let me
found
mute my
out.
mic.
Well, I was gonna say, man, like one thing that I found out in my last relationship, I was with a verbally, I don't know if I can use the word abusive on live or not, but you know, she was very verbally abusive or whatever. And I normally don't say nothing to her because I'm just like, she's gonna let her mouth go, and there ain't no talking no sense to her. But one thing she did tell me was that she appreciated it when I came back at her. She appreciated it because it looked like I cared about whatever she was so upset about. And one thing I want to challenge is, as men, as head of our households, as people who are doing, like I said before, when we talk about accountability amongst us as men, when it comes to us as black men who love black women, who are standing with black women, and all that other type of stuff, man, and just having a black family, holistic black family, 2 people who love each other are probably going to argue. I think we're supposed to argue because we don't want. So here's the thing: women have the capacity to be wrong. Women have the capacity to be wrong, and if we're leading our household, women have the capacity to be wrong, the same way we do. But the thing is, if we just say, "Oh, she's a woman," we're not going to say nothing to her. It's like, wait a minute. So how's the family going to, function if we're not
communicating,
saying, "Hey, I know you think you're right about this." Communication, but it's also like, hey, sometimes you're going to have what my professor in grad school called a healthy argument. It's possible
and
for
I'm
her to make a point.
I put that under the communication is all I'm saying too. You hear me?
Yeah.
Right. I'm saying like it's possible to have it. It's possible to have a healthy argument where you're not fussing and hollering at each other, going back and forth, in a aggressive manner, but y'all both just are making y'all's points because you both think you're right. And you got your truth, she has her truth, but then there is the truth. That is the facts. The best thing for the family altogether is going to be left up to the man anyway. But if we're talking about listening to our women, because our black women are probably the smartest beings on the planet, we might also feel that, hey, we know what we're talking about too, and it's going to cause an argument. But I want to challenge us to go ahead and just have the argument, because how are we going to know the best course of action and also have peace in the home if we don't have the argument?
Say, Jay,
how do you have peace in your home with no argument? That's what I want to know.
Can I point something out, Jay?
Right.
Jay, let me point something out to you real quick. In the scenario that I gave about individuals that argue with women, I said dudes that argue with women online. Now, the reason I point that out the same way I pointed out to Bats is because everything you just said was 100, but you was answering something that I never said. One thing that happens, and you say you took college courses, right? And I'm assuming you did, right? I don't think anybody's up here lying, but one of the things I took was communications, right? And we as black men, I'm talking straight across the table. If you over 21, right? You over 21, I'm talking to you right now. I'm not disagreeing with Bats or Mills. What I'm saying is, when I said something, it's what I said. You can't respond how you took what I said unless that's how you open up and make sure everybody understands that, because it makes it sound like you took something the wrong way, and so you wanted to straighten it out for us when it was something that you felt about. And all I'm pointing out is bring that. But see, the thing is, I'm only pointing out for the sake of discussion, because if things are taken the wrong way, then we spend 5 or 10 minutes trying to explain something that wasn't even pointed out, and it was never spoken.
No, what I was about to say, bro, is I think you're right on the level of, one could preface to be like, I'm not specifically talking about you, but I think the conversation of what he said is still valuable for the people in the room, because some dudes say that in general. Like, that's the thing that a lot of cats say, and that's like, it's a conversation topic. Men ain't supposed to argue with women, period. So even though that's not what you was talking about, and that should be circled, definitely, that's still like what Jay Mills was saying, though, like, man, no, you don't just adopt that like blindly. It's still real shit.
No, I agree with him. Look, trust me, I met Sharon here on TikTok. We met in February 2021, right? And ever since then, we've been together. Our relationship, though, would you think we don't disagree with each other? Just because we smiling on them videos,
and you better say it to make
bad. You know what I'm saying? We had to make up the smile to make them videos. Trust that. You know what I'm saying? We're not a perfect relationship. Of course, there's debate and whatnot, but the word argue in a relationship with your woman is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about brothers that get online and argue with black women that they don't even know. They just come to the conversation damaged. Now I'm using that word. They come to the conversation damaged. They come to the conversation already hating black women emotionally. The type of black men I'm talking about view black women as emotional competition.
Now I see what you're talking about. So like Uncle, I mean cut you off, Uncle Daddy, Grandpa, but I see what you're talking about. Like, just like what Nene said, like Passport Bros, like your Red Pillars, like your Hoteps, like your Hebrew Israelites. They go into a conversation with black women, not to learn from them, not to have a healthy dialogue, not to come to a common ground, but to simply be combative. You know what I'm saying? Those type of dudes, those are not the ones who need to be leading the forefront when we having conversations like this. You know what I'm saying? Because every single time we do, it does nothing but cause more discord and more division. We need more black brothers like us. You know what I'm saying? We need more black brothers like us leading the charge when it comes to these sort of conversations. And that is why I will emphasize once again, black men like us need to be louder. We need to be much louder than them, because right now with our black women, those particular type of men that are out here being combative against black women, those are the only ones that they see. And as long as they are the only ones that they see, we're going to continue to have discord amongst each other.
And the guys you mentioned, they don't even just argue with women. They pick fights with everybody.
Everybody.
For no reason, bro.
They unhealthy, everybody. They listen, those type of individuals, I'm not going to point a person. I'm going to talk about characteristics. Those type of people have trauma that they haven't dealt with. And in a lot of cases, they use religion to try to heal the trauma, but the religion does nothing else but give them a comfort zone to play with the demons that they really want to play with. And they use religion as the weapon to weaponize the demons to try to come at you. See, again, you can't tell me this shit. Excuse me, you can't tell me this stuff because I studied the languages. I read those books in the languages that they come from. So when I hear somebody quoting a verse, trust me, when you say it in English, I done read it in so many different languages, I'm going to know if it's not right or not. And that's just being humble with it. So when I see people arguing with women and always want to put black women, you need to be submissive to me. You need to be, I'm not talking about the woman standing next to me. The woman that's standing next to me when I go home gives me a place to be extremely vulnerable. You talk about Mills. We was talking earlier when I first got in the live, we was talking about a place where a man can go and cry. and be vulnerable in front of his woman because we done fought the whole world. And when we come home, the last thing you want to be doing is fighting with your babe, right? When I go home, brother, when I'm not Aaron Showtime
Right.
Taylor, when I'm not Uncle Daddy Grandpa, when I'm just Aaron, I go home to a place of peace where I can go home and my girl is going to open her arms up and I can lay my head on her chest, man. If I feel like crying, I can cry, right? If I need my neck rub, I get my neck rub, right? But even more, when
Don't
she
give away
needs
all
to
your
come over,
secrets now.
not all my secrets, but we got to let these young brothers know what it takes to have a woman. Other than having a $6 or $7 figure bank account, other than having a high FICO score, other than having a house, other than having a bunch of cars and wearing a bunch of jewelry and wondering if she could twerk or not. There's a whole lot more things going on with black women than that. You better know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And one more thing I'm gonna add in before I mute my mic. Just because a woman is chocolate like you or looks like have that dark skin, that don't necessarily mean they just as black as us. And just because they may be on the lighter shade of us, on the lighter shade of the black spectrum, don't make them less black than anybody else. Right? Black is black. We're gonna take their rule and run with it. One drop of blackness is all it takes.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna answer this
And that's what I
question
want.
from I'm gonna answer this question from Mailman, and then I want Unc to speak because he hasn't spoken on this question yet. As far
I can say one thing right quick.
Okay, go ahead, Bets. Go ahead.
One little thing. Earlier he said, if I'm not, I believe you got to be on the side of black women, right? That is true. But me personally, I'm on the side of black people. We're black people, black men that got our mind right, and black women and our black children. You know what I'm saying? Because like we got a lot of freaking anti-black people. That's men, that's women, that's everything else. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not standing with no anti-black woman. Straight up. I'll try to help. I'll try to, I'm trying my hardest to try to get them outside. But if you anti-black, regardless, if you against our black men, if you against our black women, if you against our children, if you against our queer folk, because they matter as well, I ain't fucking with that. And that's all I'm saying. Like when you talk unity, you gotta talk about all that.
You didn't have that though.
I want to. Yeah. Now I want to.
I want to. I know where you at.
Now I want to answer real quick. I'm gonna answer this question. I want Unc to chime in on the question that we on right now. Mailman asked a question. Mailman asked this right here. Let me go back up to it for a second. He asked, when I find it, because it wasn't too long when he said it though. Yeah, he said, "Who on here arguing with someone they don't know? They silly." Let me tell you something, Mailman. Mailman, let me tell you something. It wasn't but just 2 days ago, and Mr. Betts know what I'm talking about because he was in there too. It wasn't but just 2 days ago when I just so happened to sit in the live where it was nothing but black women talking about passport bros. Well, you know what I'm saying? Wasn't doing nothing but talking about passport bros. And one of the passport bros got so butthurt. And mind you, this passport bro don't know now one of these black women from a can of paint, but he was so butthurt at the fact that they were talking about passport bros that he happily sashayed his little lily ass into the box and started arguing with all them dadgum black women, all because they said something ill about the passport bros. Jay Mills know what I'm talking about too, because he was in there too. This man talked up and down, round and round, all to these black women sitting there hooping and hollering and cussing and getting his feelings, all because they said so mad. They said he was in his feelings. Poor little TT was so hurt. He was so hurt, all because they were talking about the passport pros. Because why is it y'all black women business? Why is it black women business that we talking about passport pros? If I want to get my passport and I want to leave the country and find somebody of a different race that's gonna be agreeable to me, then I should be blamed for that. I shouldn't have nobody talking down to me about that. Bro, it happens on this app all the time.
Rip.
I didn't been in live. I've been in live, man. I went into a live of some passport bros. They was in there discussing it, right? And it was nothing but black women in the comment sections, right? They was on them too. They was on their helmets, right? But the dudes in the box was on some other stuff, man. Look, Another reason I went to jail back in the 90s is because I was a trick too. You know what I'm saying? I love spending my money on things that make me happy. And I'm not going to get the money to do that too, right? And listen, man, if you in the international tricking, man, I'm more power to you, brother. But don't try to make it seem like black women ain't submissive, because I'm gonna tell you right now, if you fully standing in your manhood, fully, X and Y chromosome, you listen and you open, you empathetic and you sympathetic. You have emotional intelligence. You can listen to your woman and not think something's wrong with her, but you listen to her. Not even to try to solve the problem, just listen. You know what I'm saying? Baxton already told me don't give up too much game on how y'all can keep a woman, but you know, I'm an OG. I got to give you a little something out there. You know what I'm saying? one of the easiest ways, man, one of the easiest ways to get any woman, not just black women, but any woman, man, you have to be consistent and you have to listen.
Yeah. Real quick, now, because I want to get your take on this one, Unc. So if I gotta go back to the question, let me know. Do I gotta go back to the question?
Why you want me to bash on the emotional brothers, man?
Man, they deserve it. They deserve it.
He talking about Big Unc.
They deserve it. But Unc, do I gotta reread the question for you?
Which Unc are you talking to?
This Unc. I call him Uncle. I call you Unc.
Oh, okay.
but Unc, do I gotta reread the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna reread the question for you. I'm gonna reread the question for you. Why are black men listening to other men who have not been successful in relationships with women? Example, Kevin Samuels had 2 failed marriages, no prospects, and didn't take care of his child, but other men swear by his words when it came to speaking on women.
Well, it's a little bit of, the good old boys network, and you have guys that want to hold court in front of other guys, get a lot of other guys to stand around them and listen to them talk. And that boosts their ego and makes them feel like they're an authority on things. You have to take into account your own personal experience and how you react is going to be different from how another person reacts. There are going to be similarities, but there's going to be a lot more differences. And you can't take just one answer and make it stand for each and every situation. That's not going to work. These guys that want to set up on soapboxes and act like they can make speeches like they really know what they're talking about, you got to take that with a grain of salt. You might have a point, and then again, you might not have a point. I have to look at my own example and then compare it to the person that I'm dealing with. I don't just listen to each and every Svengali that's out there. Question everything is how I look at it. And come to a decent conclusion on your own. Just don't take anyone's advice for just pat and not research and look at it for yourself.
I honestly got the better question. Here's the better question to this whole. If we're gonna talk about Kevin Samuels, if we're gonna talk about Kevin Samuels, or even Andrew Tate or Fresh and Fit or any other podcasts of the like, right? What exactly was it that they said where we can actually say is universally true?
I can give you.
Like what is it?
I can
go ahead, Mama.
Well, I think all of them had a thing in common that was universally true. Is a very high percentage of successful children that come from 2-parent households. All of them agree on that collectively.
You said all successful children come from 2-parent households?
Oh, I said it's a higher percentage of successful children that don't end up in prison, don't end up on drugs, don't end up emotionally messed up. It's a higher percentage of children that grew up in 2-parent households, as long as it's a healthy household.
Yeah, he essentially saying they were all pro two-parent households.
Yeah, they were all pro 2-parent households. I will say that.
Okay. Now,
and I want to say, my bad. You about to say something else, Mamba?
Oh yeah, no! Somebody was saying, "Show me the stats." The stats are there. You can actually look it up. 81% of children that grow up in single-parent households, especially single-mother households, end up in prison. 72% of them, I believe, end up on drugs or emotionally unstable. That is a fact.
Okay. Now, but as far as, go ahead, Matt.
Just because someone is pro. No, just saying, just because he's saying they pro two-parent households, that don't mean that they shitting on someone who was raised effectively by a single parent.
Exactly.
I don't think that he's meaning it like that. But
exactly. Not saying that.
Feel me? But one thing I want to say too, though, even to answer a bit of the last question before this, we got to take this in that there's a percentage of men that are bitter that women are attaining rights and getting a voice. They feel like women need to be in their place, and they've been watching women seemingly get these wins, and which really the wins have just been them getting closer to us where we've been in a power dynamic. So it's really they just playing catch up. But through some of these guys' eyes, it's like they're getting so passed up that they've built a resentment. And so when Kevin said, because even Kevin Samuel said, if I start like shitting on women, I'm gonna blow up. So a lot of them, they weren't even listening to a lot of the positive shit he was saying. Because the thing is, he would tear into some men, and that's not what went viral specifically, because a lot of them saw the entertainment and seeing a woman being taken down a peg. And that was just the bottom line of a lot of them was broken and just needed that, like up top said, that that ego boost of being able to see somebody that they could look up to, take some woman down a peg and say the things that resonated with them, but put the cape on for some shit that was like on some toxic hurt shit. So that's one of the main things that came to mind when I was looking at the why into why was he so effective.
He was out for 5 years. His first 3 years he was out, he was doing the same thing to me. Nobody said nothing about that. Didn't get as many views until the last 2 years. He was bashing men worse.
He said, if I start going in on women, I'm going to blow up. And he called his shot. He started going in on women disrespectfully, as might I add. Blew the fuck up, because again, that section of men, they don't want to be accountable and being told that ain't shit by a man, or told that not even that they ain't shit, that they can be better. Specifically, they need to see the other side of blame. And it just got out of hand.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Now here's where the problem lies with black women. Because true enough, now let's not make it seem like every single thing that Kevin Samuel said was wrong. When it came to the whole single parent, because when it came to the whole single parent 2-parent household thing, it is correct. Like I said, statistics are statistics. Black women led, whether you like it or not, the stats don't lie. You know what I'm saying? When it came to him, speaking out against women that use men for their resources, yes, that is right. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that is correct. I wouldn't want to be with no woman that's just with me just for the sake of using me for my resources. So I felt that. But here's where the problem lies with black women.
Multiple problems.
When you make statements like you're no longer valuable once you hit the age of 30. When you make statements like, if you're not a certain dress size or a shirt or a certain shoe size, or you're not living a certain lifestyle, then you are invaluable. When you make statements like, oh, where you 200 plus pounds, so you built like a linebacker, you can hit the A gap like a mofo. That's where the problem lies. You know what I'm saying? And
don't leave out that one when he said, "Oh, don't believe your child if they say that your boyfriend looking at them funny, because kids lie."
That part, when you make statements like that, that is the problem that black women have when it comes to people like Kevin Samuels. And the fact that there are a lot of black men that listen to that and actually believe that. actually believe that if that if a child speaks out against a grown adult who could possibly be SAing her, not to believe that child, and for these particular black men to sit there and listen to that and sit there and say that man is spitting facts, that's the problem. And that is why black women are so angry with black men that take people like Kevin Samuels' word as law.
Here's
That
the
right
problem.
there.
Here's the problem,
So
though.
Kevin Samuels
There's women.
was.
Whoa,
that-
Prob, what up?
Hey, what up? What up? Here's the thing, and I've spoken about this before, is that what he was saying, because somebody said that let's not act like what he was saying was right. And I said, okay, there's a fine line between right and quote unquote correct, right? And it's important that you frame it with this in mind. And I use the example of people like Rush Limbaugh, right? These right-wing racists. There were things that they would say that were factual, void of context, right? Meaning, like when they speak about why black people being the most impoverished and most prone to criminality. Okay, if you look at that void of context, there may be some validity to it. However, when you ignore our history in this country and why we are impoverished, and then you ignore the connection to poverty and criminality, those things standing by themselves may seem true, but you have to observe them in their full context. And so when I relate that to something like Kevin Samuels, he may say something that may be factually correct in that, let's say he would say something like, men do not want a woman who makes her own money and looks this way or whatever. I'm like, well, right. But is that because of patriarchy? Right? Is that due to is that due to misogyny? Is that due to the fact that men view women nothing other than sexual objects? So then, of course, some of these things will be true if you're not looking at it in the context that, well, men are distorted. Men don't respect women. So, of course, yeah, you're going to say, well, men don't care if a woman makes this. They don't care about her degrees. They just want her to have a tight ass and a blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, that's because men objectify women. So your statement may hold a level of validity and factual correctness, but you're missing the context that it's because men are fucked up, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Mailman, I want to hear your thoughts on this. Like, what you think about all this here?
Man, how y'all fellas doing tonight? First off,
Doing good, brother.
So I want to say two things I want to talk on. I kind of want to go back to the passport thing he was talking about with the passport bros, and speak on that. But then I also want to speak on the Kevin Samuels situation. So with K Samuels, I'll say in my opinion, 70 to 75% of what he said, I felt like I felt it was truth. I believe in what he was saying about 70 to 75. The other 25 to 30%, I felt like was BS. And the gentleman problem, he had a great fact, a great point. I mean, when he said you can say things, and it just depends on how you're looking at that woman. Would that apply to that woman? So I do agree with him saying that. But K. Samuels, on some of the points that I used to listen to him on, my ex, for example, used to like to be argumentative for no reason or self-conservative for no reason. And I'm like, I like to talk. If it's a problem, I want to come up with a solution instead of just arguing consistently. And when some of the things that K. Samuels would say that some of the women would like to be, I agree with him on it. So I think, in my opinion, K. Samuels wasn't a bad person.
Can you give us an example of what you mean by that you agree with? Like what it is that you think he said that was like correct or whatever?
Yeah, I want to know the same thing too.
Yeah.
And before that, I just want to throw this in here. Just because something resonates with somebody does not mean that it's true. Just because you might agree with it, don't mean in general that it's necessarily morally right. I'm just throwing it out there. But go ahead, bro.
Right.
I mean, I agree with you on that. I do agree with you because it might have fit my situation, but you're right. It doesn't mean that it fits everybody's situation. So I totally agree with you on that one. I do not disagree at all. I need to sit down and really, I haven't looked at his videos in so long, especially since he died. I used to look at him consistently when he first blew up. But one thing, like I go back to one of the first video that they got on the clip. Remember the first clip when he blew up with the young lady that made him famous? And the lady that wanted to do the interview right then and there, and she was so persistent to get in on it, and And when he finally went on here and did the interview with her and asked her what does he see herself as between a 5 and a 10, and she said 5, average is best. And ladies jumped on him, but that's what the lady herself called herself, a 5. But everybody got mad at her for saying that. But then she said she wanted a high value man in that whole particular situation. But he was trying to explain to her, you requesting a high value man, but you're not a high value woman. And I agree with that. It's like, how can a woman put a stipulation on a man, request something so high from a man that they are not themselves? That's the only thing I'm saying. How can you request something? I agree with him on, if you're going to request this from me, then you should be the same thing. It should be equally yoked.
So
that's
what you say that's low key subjective.
Right, I agree with that. I was going to say it's very subjective because you know when you do things like reduce people to this silly thing that I've heard, the sexual market value, when you start having these ratings of people, right? Because one person's 7 is another person's 10, one person's 9 is another person's 5. So what she's saying, and this is the thing, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that, yeah, some people don't overreach to an extent. However, that's their prerogative. Let them. If they are unsuccessful, then they're unsuccessful. I think the problem was that it was kind of a show that exploited low-hanging fruit, meaning a lot of those women needed counseling. They didn't need to be put on some YouTube channel to be made fun of and bring out all of their failings and shortcomings to say this is why you don't deserve whatever type of man you may be striving for. They should have gone and sought help. So where they had their own accountability was the fact that they should have never called in. I will say that much. I don't think they should have been putting themselves out there for that type of scrutiny, but I will say that he counted on the fact that women are in search of something, right? There's all these self-help books out in the world. There's all these self-help seminars because people are always striving to fill the voids in their life. So it's low-hanging fruit. That's an easy target. And he knew that people would call in because like, well, how can I get XYZ? And he used that for entertainment. Those women should have been getting actual help, but he used it to make a name for himself and exploit it and entertain other people by tearing them down. Those women clearly, yes, they're already at low points. If they're calling into a show saying, I've got 2 kids and I can't find a man and I really want love. Okay, everybody wants love. But for him to turn around and make it an entertainment was the problem, right? You shouldn't be making fun of these women. You should be recommending, hey, look, okay, you want this? I think you should pursue these avenues, but that wouldn't be money for him, right? And so it was a way for him to exploit and manipulate people and gain fame. And that's what people have a problem with.
This is my issue with this is my issue with everybody's issue with Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate. Everybody want to say subjective to everything except for their opinions, number one. Number two, I believe that the princess syndrome is what I call it. Even in my household, I fall short of being a father that holds my daughter accountable the same way I hold my 4 sons, just because she's my daughter. She's still a human being. She still has to go out into the world and deal with the same consequences that my sons have to deal with. I'm saying that to say this. There's multiple women that have podcasts right now, Black women. There's multiple Black women that have shows right now. There's multiple Black women on TikTok right now. I just went in somebody's TikTok where it was 6 Black women on the panel, and they were literally saying every bad stereotype about all Black men as a whole that they possibly could find. I don't see the same people holding them accountable. I
agree with that.
That's holding Kevin Samuels and this. Let me finish. That they're not holding them accountable the same.
No, I shut up. Go ahead.
Those same women are in the comments right now. As soon as this brother Mike, whose show this is, he said just a small glimpse of you right on this, and they said, "Oh, hold on, Mike. Don't start agreeing. Don't make it seem like Kevin Samuel was right. Don't start talking." They was ready to get on him as soon as he shifted a little bit to not go along with their idea of what's right and what's wrong. And that's the problem that we have now, and as a whole in the community, we don't hold our women as accountable as we hold our men, and that is a problem. I'm not saying that those brothers was right or wrong with their opinions. I agree with some of them, and I don't agree with all of their opinions. I think the presentation our women especially, they don't want to hear a person put them and tell them that they wrong about something. So when Kevin Samuels presented it in the way that he did, it was disrespectful. But I also always use this as an example to my wife. If a stranger came up to you right now with $1 million in the bag and said, hello, beautiful, here's $1 million, you can have it, you're gonna appreciate it, right? She said, yeah. I said, if he push it in your face and say, it's $1 million in there, B word, you can have it, I said, you're gonna appreciate it, ain't you? She said, yes. If the message is correct and the message applies, it don't matter how it's given, because my great grandmother didn't give no holdups when she was telling us we was right or wrong. She did it aggressively or she did it calmly. It didn't matter. The truth is the truth. These women are getting so upset because it applies to some of them. If it don't apply to me right now, if you tell me I'm a deadbeat and a bad husband, I'm just gonna get off the live. It don't apply to me. I'm not gonna get angry about it. You're getting so worked up because it has to apply somewhere.
And I can agree with what he just said on that. I can.
I want to real quick before
I got
Mailman,
a couple points, but I want to let Mr.
you,
Bats, because I know. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Real quick. Well, I want to ask the black women in the live this question. Because I kind of smirked, Mamba, when you said that nobody's like when it comes to the black women that hold these spaces and hold these lives and talk straight dog mess about black men in general. I want to ask the black women that know me. Y'all know how I roll. Black women in this live, y'all know how I roll. So I know what the answer gonna be, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Do I not hold those same black women that talk bad and down to black men on the same? Do I hold them on the same level as I do the very black men that do the same thing in regards to black women? Y'all see that, right? Y'all see that, right? So that's the thing, Mamba. When and I understand, brother. It's like, and I get it. I get that. Honestly, it's due to the, a lot of people would argue that it's due to the algorithm of this app. A lot of people will argue to the fact that it's what a lot of men, that a lot of stuff that we as black men subscribe to. But the ones that do speak out against those particular black women, oh, we out here. Me personally, I don't play sides at all. Now, granted, true enough, I defend the fuck out of black women because as a black man, I feel like that is my duty. But however, at the same time, if I come across a black woman and I feel like what she's saying is wrong, damn, bet your ass I'm gonna speak out against it, regardless. No matter how they feel about it, whether they feel a certain way about it or not. Even now, and I'll tell the truth to the black women in my comment section right now. You know what I'm saying? But it's all in how. But here's the difference between me, like say me and say Andrew Tate. You know what I'm saying? A dude like Andrew Tate is gonna sit there and try to make black women feel bad about who they are and what they do. He doesn't know how to relay the message. A man like Andrew Tate, a man like Kevin Samuels, men like Fresh and Fit, they don't know how to relay the message. Whereas somebody like myself, somebody like Problematic, somebody like Mr. Betts, we relay the message, but we know how to do it out of love and out of respect. That's why they accept what we say. You know what I'm saying? So I hope that makes sense. But with that being said, go ahead, Problematic. You were finna say something.
I had 2 points on what he said, but I think Bats wanted to say something first, and then I'll go.
Oh, well, go ahead, Bats.
Yeah, man. There's a few things I want to speak to. Okay, like one about the subjectivity. What one person deems as high value. That's why that term just got it can be so skewed. Another person can deem as not high value. For instance, somebody might say that a man with like 6 figures, they got his own everything, that makes him a high value man. But if his character is trash, he's not high value. You feel what I'm saying? So that's why we say it's really subjective. You can't say that. I can't tell a woman that I think is a 2, quote unquote. You hear me? That she can't pull what I think is a man that's a 9, because like Problematic said earlier, I don't know how that man like that. That's a 9 think. That man that's a 9 might not have a problem if she got 3 kids. That man that's a quote unquote 9 might not have a problem with that she's 40 or she's 200 pounds or what have you. We can't speak in that kind of generality because there's too many there's too many shit that has too many. There's too many experiences. There's too much. So like when you speak in that grand swath and you just say off top that if you were this, you can't get that. That's being closed-minded. And that's what I'm saying. It's real subjective. And it also goes into when we talk about what these other women on these podcasts be saying and such, that's bad. It starts sounding like, I start feeling like because they're doing bad, I'm gonna give this person some groups. I'm let them do bad when they both are doing bad. You feel what I'm saying? Millman said earlier that you can't expect what you aren't. When that's Kevin Samuels was preaching what he wasn't, and a lot of times that gets missed. You feel what I'm saying? That he wasn't all this shit he was speaking either, but. Circling back, man, them women that trash men unnecessarily, fuck them. The men that trash women unnecessarily, fuck them. But we can't ignore certain power dynamics and all this as well. A lot of times, like when you say we don't hold our women accountable, bro, we've been holding these women accountable and under a certain thumb for decades and generations. A lot of this pushback and this loud shit that we hearing now is the reaction. Is a reaction to seeing their mamas get fucked over for generations. It's a reaction to seeing their grandma and their great grandma get fucked over for generations. Even though we was getting fucked over by the white man, we'll take that pain home and we'll damage our own women, and then we'll be like, well, at least we providing. As long as we paying for shit, we good. And it's like, man, yeah, but we breaking it down mentally and emotionally, bro. What the fuck are we doing? So that's trickled down into future generations. So yeah, they got some loud and upset women saying some wild ass shit that I'm not gonna always agree with, but I'm gonna understand where they pain come from. Because at the same time, a lot of them dudes that was following KS blindly, they hurt too. It's a lot of fucking pain happening all around the board. But instead of addressing the pain and trying to find, how we can be better with each other, because another issue is we don't handle ourselves as black people with enough care. You know what I'm saying? Kevin Samuels didn't have to bash and didn't have to come so hard. And everything he said wasn't even factually correct. But the things that was real, like you said, that he said, we don't have to handle each other so fucked up to get a message across. You hear me? And I think if you're going to be on some podium, because the thing is this, if me and my partners just talking and we just running in, I'll be like, man, say, bitch, that's one thing. But if I'm going to have a platform, and if I'm going to be somebody that know I got people following what I do and what I say, that's when I have a certain responsibility, especially as a black man, and you up here on getting money, like women, because you, like what Problematic said, there's some damaged women that feel like they're at the end of their rope. Why else would they call the motherfucker go on live in front of thousands to millions of people? They air out their dirty shit. They're at the end of their rope. Those women did not need to be bashed publicly by no matter what reasoning we can say we agree with. So there's better ways to do things. You feel what I'm saying? Especially with us as a community coming together, there's just better ways. That we don't have to accept the bare minimum. We don't have to accept the motherfucker telling us, because you could say this thing is true, but again, does every 35-year-old woman is she at the end of her rope? Hell the fuck no. You hear me? And it's just understanding that too. And I'm always say, let's never forget the power dynamics and the history and the context of why so many things are the way they are. Sometimes we don't want to take our lick. We get so defensive because in us as black men, we take so many fucking licks. We take licks all across the board. So I understand our defensiveness of like when then our women giving us shit, and then we don't even take the time to take in why they're giving us shit, because we have valid pain as well. So we got to recognize,
brother, preach.
So he touched on one thing that I want to get. So I want to try to cover all the points in response to, because you brought up the women's podcasts, and there was a gentleman who wanted to debate me about that matter months ago. He's yet to show his face, but another story. So the point is, first of all, there are a lot of women who run what you could consider a negative podcast. However, I have yet to see any of them gain the level of notoriety or success as Kevin Samuels. I think the one that they bring up the most often whenever they do try to compare it, I want to say her name is Cynthia G, I think. And that shows you how unknown she is. I can't even fucking recall her name most of the time. And she's instantly denounced. Anytime that name has come up, women and men both instantly denounce the shit she's talking, because it's crazy. I believe she's talking about, unaliving, males because they're going to be whatever. And so it's insane. She's dismissed. She's denounced. She doesn't have the same platform. Does that change the content of what she's saying? No. And it should be denounced. That's the point. Now, there's a other part of it that I will say is this. what Bat said about it being reactionary. And this is one thing I want to stress, because somebody brought up, these women's talk shows where they say that they're bashing black men. And I'm going to tell you what I've heard, because other than, like I said, the Cynthia G or those extremists, what I have generally always heard, and this is the difference between the men running their podcasts and the women running their podcasts. The men running their podcasts, what I hear from them, if you sum it up, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm going to push back, because I promise you I can show you a million quotes. Men, their podcasts circle around wanting women to depend on them so that they can get what they need out of women sexually. Everything revolves around sex for them. What women tend to complain about, what I've heard, especially black women for decades now, why don't black men love us? There's a severe difference between the pain coming from those 2 points. You have men complaining about not being able to get fucked, and women saying, why don't black men love us? They chase white women. They chase foreign women. They put us down, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, they are complaining and bashing men, but listen to the difference in the reasons they're bashing us versus the reason that men are bashing them.
I can't agree with that.
Me neither, brother, because I feel like this
thing that I hear a lot, and it's a word that all people seem to hate, but especially women. I hear what all of the men have in common. They use that word submissive. That's the thing that I hear a lot on all those podcasts. But about sex and all of that, getting what they want sexually.
But submissive to what? That's my point. Okay, so you're saying not to sex. What is it that you require a woman to be submissive about?
Don't ask me that. I'm telling you what I hear.
Well, but you're saying you don't hear it, yet I can sit here and I can pull up every single thing that Kevin Samuels said revolved around sex. That's why he said, well, you're too old. Why? She's not sexy anymore. She's had too many kids. But what does that mean? She has no sexual value because she can't provide kids for a man, right? She makes too much money, so she doesn't depend on a man to pay the bills so that a man can just come home and fuck her when he wants to come home and fuck her. So you substitute these things, but if we're being real about what they mean, it comes back to having a sexual, submissive partner ready and willing when they want it.
But y'all got to understand, man, Kevin Samuels said a lot of things for clicks and likes.
Yeah, I agree.
He wasn't like, he like, if you do the research from back on, he started out coming out critiquing men, and he was like, on some professional shit, but wasn't nobody checking for him. But then he found out that wild stuff make him go viral and all that. And he just latched on to that.
Just like
it became more than trying to give people advice. It was more about him getting money at that point. You feel me?
And that right there, truck owner, that's the reason why I lost all respect for Kevin Samuels. When that video came out where he clearly said that he stopped talking about black men because he knew he wasn't going to be successful just talking about black men, but he knew the success would come. But he knew that he clearly said that if he started bashing black women and started getting on black women, that's where his success was going to come from. When I saw him say that, that's when I lost all respect for dude, because when he said that's when I looked at that and said, you know what? Now it's not about you educating black men or black women. It's about you trying to get your bag. It's about you trying to get your pockets full. And you feel like practicing misogynoir is how you get to the money. That's when I didn't respect him anymore.
Right, you're right, because I used to fuck with dudes from day one, and I'm just like you. Once I seen how he turned. Because like I said, he used to be genuine when he first came out, if you go back and do the research. But like I said, once he started getting that money and seeing like the fame and stuff, he turned into a whole different cat. Oh, God.
Yeah. I'm going to go back to what I said earlier when I was talking about accountability. It was one sister in the comments that said she think that what I was saying is black women as a whole, but especially black women don't hold. Give an example. When Kevin Samuels died, all the black women that couldn't stand him was celebrating. You literally had posts of women laughing about him dying. When Jada Pinkett did the shit that she did to Will Smith, they made 1,000,001 excuses for her.
That's a false equivalence, bro.
No, it's not.
That's definitely a false equivalence.
I'm telling you what I seen. How you gonna tell me it's false? It was all over.
Oh no,
the two situations aren't the same.
I said that I'm saying the two things that you're comparing aren't the same. They're not comparable. I'm not saying how you feel about it is false. I'm saying that the women was dancing because this man, like if you say the general thought of who he was that he was a woman basher. So seeing women dancing, or the women that was happy, that was dancing, he died. I'm not surprised, because if David Duke died, or some freaking person that hate black people died, you ain't gonna see me going, well, let me care about his death. And I'm gonna say, fuck that dude. So it's
I laughed my ass off when Rush Limbaugh died.
But that was coming.
I did too.
You bring up Jada Pinkett, Will Smith, and there's a lot of false things surrounding that. And at the end of the day, these two was in a freaking open marriage, open relationship. Both of them have a history of fooling around with other people, except her shit came out because August opened his mouth. That's not the same, brother. That's not the same two type of things you could compare.
And another thing I want to add is we cannot sit here and talk about the black women that celebrated Kevin Samuels' death, because Mama, you know as well as I do that if we woke up tomorrow and Cynthia G or Mahogany Pink or Tanya TKO or whoever else out there that takes pride in berating black men, if we woke up tomorrow and we found out that one of them passed away, I guarantee you there will be black men from East Coast to West Coast celebrating that.
And that's gonna be some bullshit though.
So I don't think that don't make it right just because you got the men just because they celebrating it. That's still wrong. I mean, at the end of the day, people gotta understand that people got to understand.
I disagree. I think you can celebrate people who harm a community. If they harm a community, I think you can celebrate their death, and I don't care about it.
And the thing is, neither one of y'all wrong, bro, because I'm not going to say this man wrong for feeling like it's fucked up to celebrate death. I get where you're coming from. But problematic, I'm with you. If you was fucked up to me or my community in general, or you was a poison to me, I'm not going to be up here saying I respect your death. And that's just our personal opinion. I don't think either one is a wrong take.
She said, if Trump died, am I going to cry? I ain't say I was going to cry if none of them died. But I ain't going to celebrate it. I'm just going to stay neutral. Because one thing I do know about spirituality, the other side is the other side. And that shit don't play. That's why 90% of the rappers that was smoking their dead ops ended up dead within 6 months' time.
And that's your belief system, brother. I can't hate on that whatsoever.
I just look at it, everybody got to always understand, just because you got hate or feel some type of way towards that one person, you got to always remember that person got family members too. And their family member wasn't part of whatever, they probably didn't believe into it or didn't agree necessarily with it. But at the end of the day, like you said, if Tasha K or one of the women, I wouldn't want to make fun of them, because I'm gonna think about what if her father's living, what if her mom, her sister.
Don't even know if you would do that. Them dudes, they would.
Yeah. That's the ones that's still stuck in trauma, the ones that hate they ever loving guts for telling black men the stuff that we as black men need to hear. They gonna be the ones that's happy. I mean, I hate to say it. I hate to say it that way, but that's just the reality of them.
Them just weak men. That's a man that if you glorify and you are just sitting around waiting to say I told you, say I told you so. You just a weak man anyway, so I wouldn't even invest no energy into you.
I feel mailman on that. I ain't celebrating nobody's death. If I don't fuck with you, like I said, I ain't gonna acknowledge it. That I ain't gonna come to your funeral and pay no respect and all that. But I ain't gonna be celebrating it either. If you did, it is what it is. My life going on. You feel me?
And the thing is, I agree with what all y'all saying, but I'm also not gonna tell somebody.
But I used to try to unalive that. Alive. Both of them got unalive together at the same time last week. Bro, I did not celebrate them men's death. And we used to bang at each other when we was younger. I still didn't celebrate their death. They tried to take my life multiple times. I tried to take theirs multiple times. They both just got smoked together. I did not celebrate their death.
You're not supposed. I feel like you're not supposed to, because death is a sad thing regardless of how you look at it. If it was your enemy, people gonna disagree on this earth, but I just feel like shit. You shouldn't want to see nobody dead unless, like I said, they suppressing your people.
And I still I can respect all your mind and feel, and I resonate with everything y'all saying, bro. But at the same time, on the other side of that, if one of my niggas' mama got smoked and he smoked that dude back, I'm not gonna go back and say you wrong for that necessarily.
That's what I'm saying. When I say you ain't gotta acknowledge it, that's what I mean. Like you ain't gotta go back and be like, oh, bro, it just is what it is, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No. I'm saying I can speak for myself, but I also got to give that space that everybody ain't me, and I can't judge them because again, there's justifiable clapbacks and there's non-justifiable clapbacks. And if you have a justifiable clapback, even if I wouldn't have clapped back, I can't hate on you if you justify it.
You're right. And disagree with that.
Yeah. Now I want to just say on one thing with the K Samuels situation. I remember one episode that I watched, and what I took from K Samuels when I seen him speak with some women is they'll say they want a high value man, and K Samuels will say, what's wrong with dating a man that's a construction worker? What's wrong with dating a man that makes $60,000 as a sanitation worker, owns a small business? What's wrong with that? Why does it? Most of the women always wanted a man that earned a lot of money, and I felt like he was just trying to make them understand, hey, there's nothing wrong with dating an everyday average working citizen that contributes to society to be able to bring the society runs off middle class. And I took from that what he was just trying to tell some women was just saying, hey, look, you don't always have to look for the man that's up here making the 6 figures, 7 figures. You can date the man that's making the 50, 60,000, and you can build with him to get him to the 6 figures or the 8 figures or whatever. And that's kind of how I felt like he was trying to get some women to see sometimes, but they didn't want to look at that.
So let me say this. I agree with what you're saying, but here's the difference. Here's how you.
At the same time, too, though, he also shat on dudes that was everyday workers. And he also shat on women that was everyday workers while also saying that. So he's talking out of both sides of his mouth sometimes.
Right, and that's what I was going to say. Is there's a way to say, let me build up these men that they're overlooking, without telling them you don't deserve this type of man. See, and that's what I keep saying. There's we've all been saying this. There's a way to say it. You could sit there and say, okay, sister, I know this is what you're looking for, but let me tell you about this brother who may be earning this, that, or the other. He's a hard worker, and build up those men that you claim to be building up for and standing up for, without having to tear down the women to say, but you don't deserve this type of man. You're not good enough to get this type of man. Why would you think you could ever get this type of man? That's what we're saying. You don't have to shit on those women to build somebody else up.
Yeah. I agree. I can definitely respect that. I definitely can respect that.
I wish more of us was like you, mailman, and taking in this. You can take some of the good and leave the bad. But the problem was too many cats was taking it all.
Real quick. We got a Mods, we got a whole BITCH up in here that goes by the name of Moses. Please remove him. And yes, I called you a whole BITCH because that's exactly what you are, dude.
Y'all be heavy on
straight up. That's who you are. There you go, right there. Get him up out of here.
They heavy on the beef. Listen, I'll be seeing y'all.
Like, bro, you ain't a man, bro. You ain't a whole man. This for black men, dude, and that ain't what you are. Get up out of here, cuz.
But listen though, Mike, if that's another black man though, how y'all can't find peace? How y'all can't find a common ground?
Reason being is because he's disrespectful. Reason being is because he has insulted me on many occasions. Reason being is because of the fact that me and him will never get along. I don't have time to waste on people that I will not have any healthy dialogue with. There are black men like y'all that I can talk to. You know what I'm saying? Be it whether we have agreements or disagreements. You know what I'm saying? But dudes like him, there are some men that are too far gone that you cannot have any healthy dialogue with. You can't have any common ground with. And he just so happens to be one of those people.
Have you brothers ever tried and live together?
There is no point. There's no point. Again, I'm not going mom, but let me ask you a question. If a man walked up to you, if a stranger walked up to you right now and just spat completely in your eye, and then sat there, and then once he spat in your eye, he said, okay, let's have a discussion about that. Are you going to waste time? Are we going to waste time having a conversation, or are you going to wipe that eye and sock him clean in his face?
The spit is different. If you'd have said punch, then I'll throw hands. It depends on if I'm armed or not with the spit thing.
The point
I'm
is,
just
there's
saying,
really no need to tolerate
I'm not
disrespect.
gonna waste time on a dude. I ain't gonna waste time on a dude that's gonna sit here and disrespect me on many levels. Like I said, if he just came up to me and said, let's have a respectful discussion, that'd be one thing. But the thing is, he wasn't capable of doing that. You come at me with insults. You come at me trying to insult my character, trying to insult my intelligence, trying to insult my family. Insult my family. But you want to sit there and talk about let's go live? No, dude. I ain't got time for you.
Hey, and I don't know the other brother you beefing with though, Mike. I mean, I watch your shit, man, you pretty cool, whatever, but all I'm gonna say is I'm a firm believer you can't reason with ignorance. That's how I look at it.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And
That's the main
that's how I
point.
live my life. Just cause they black, that don't mean I ain't gotta be beefing with you, but you keep that ignorant shit away from me. And that's just how I roll.
That's the main point that I'm making. I cannot have a discussion with ignorant people. I can't have a discussion with somebody who doesn't have the mental capacity to learn and understand my views and allow me to understand theirs. There's no point in that. That's why we, and that's why we as black men and black women, when we find ourselves in these lives and these discussions where all we doing is throwing blame and slinging mud at each other. You know what I'm saying? That's why we get nowhere. That's why we wind up having no common ground or coming up with no solutions, because we too busy arguing. We too busy arguing, and we too busy trying to play the blame game, trying to figure out who's more wrong than who. But again, I have no patience or no time for people like that. And y'all saw what he said. The very first thing that he said when he hopped up in this live. Oh, Mike the Voice goes live. Who would have thought? You know what I'm saying? All he had to do was say, "What's up, brother? Can we have a discussion?" And I would have gladly let him up. But see, the man is not mature enough to have that discussion. So what's the point? But anyway, as the sister said, we shall be reclaiming our time. We going back to the subject at hand. Anyway, in fact, we going to the next question. Because, like I said, I do not waste time on idiots. As I was saying, before we solid brothers were so rudely interrupted, I'm gonna go to the next question, and this is actually a very simple question. Do black men trust us? Me personally, I trust black women. Do I trust them all? No, absolutely not. Do I the ones the ones that are speaking ill against me? No, absolutely not. The ones who call me a bullet bag? No, absolutely not. The ones who are sitting there saying that black men are disgusting, that we are failing as a whole? No, I don't trust them. But the ones who have faith in me, the ones who still have love for me, the ones who still respect me and still have that belief in me that I can always be better each and every day. Yeah, those are the ones that I trust. But anyway, what say y'all?
Well, let me say this for me, and I was raised by my grandparents who have been married 50 years, so I believe in family dynamic and family structure. Also, I'm 39 years old, so what I've seen in my 39 years of life as black women, like, with me, you got to earn your trust with me. Because, like, from what I've seen, like, even like we was talking about on them debate shows, how women say they want this and they want that and they want this. That be all fine and dandy when you provide that, but as soon as the man stop providing that, then it's like they out. And y'all know, I can tell all y'all strong-minded brothers, y'all know how we is. When we get married, in our mind, we get married forever. You feel me? So like in a woman in today's society, most of these women, they only get married conditionally. As soon as the stuff ain't going their way, they out. And you can look at the statistic. Most of the marriages is ending because the women leaving, not the men. So,
but why are the women leaving?
I just feel
this is just when you say stuff like that, I just have to push back and say you have to be real about why are these divorces being initiated by women. So like we have to examine all factors. We can't just say, oh, well, they're the ones divorcing. Well, but why?
And we can't say it's generally because the man went broke. There's many facets and nuances as to why a lot of these.
I ain't saying it's called the man went broke. I'm saying this, brothers. When you get married, you're supposed to get married forever. That's what it say in the Bible. So whatever you go through, you're supposed to be trying to work that out. And what I'm saying is, regardless of whatever he or she did, most of the time the man is willing to work it out. The woman saying, no, I'm not willing to work this out. I'm gone. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody don't marry under religion, though. Everybody don't get married under Christianity. Some people believe that Christianity was given to us, so everybody don't believe that way. And also, are you supposed to stay married when you? What if the dude beating the hell out of her and cheating on her and doing all this extra stuff, right? So just because the Bible says she's supposed to stay married, she got black eyes every 2 weeks. She's supposed to stay married to him. If he abusing her kids, she's supposed to stay married to him. He's sleeping with her sisters. She's supposed to stay married to him. Nah, I can't rock with you on that one, bro.
I mean, I feel you, bro, but what I'm saying, that goes back to she should have found out who she was marrying before she got married. I mean, all these traits don't just come overnight.
I mean, that's a hard statement to say because some people do become other people after they get married. Some people do become like other people just over time. And sometimes people just good at hiding who the fuck they've been. So it's like, again, we can't speak in generalities here.
Plus, life is a long time. So we can't pretend that who I was at 25 is who I was at 35 and who I'll be at 45, right? Like these things, people change. So when you talk about marriage, that's a long time that we're talking about. So, people can change, so it's not like women are divorcing after 6 months. Like, come on.
And I want to circle what Mamba said, bro. Like, I got to respect your stance on marriage because that's what you believe, that's your ideology. But that don't apply to everybody as far as how we look at marriage. Everybody not religious like that, and that don't mean that we gotta we can't group everybody in that way.
Yeah.
But we also ain't in all 81% of those marriages where we got 79% of women that's filing for divorce right now. We're not in all 79% of them houses. So it could be 35 and 30, 30 something and 40 something and 30. Like, you don't know who's wrong or who right or what's the reasoning. You know what I'm saying? The women could be just wanting to leave because they want to leave because the man broke, because they leaving for another man. And some of them could be leaving because they abused and they getting cheated on. We don't know. We don't know the numbers. We just know how many women getting divorced right now.
I mean, I agree with you. I was just putting my point out there before I said that black women had to earn their trust with me, and not, and I don't want to get, because I don't want to get people. Some people just hear one little piece of something and take it and run with it. Like, oh, he dating white. I don't even date outside my race. Like, I love black women. I'm just saying the black women that come in my life from here on out gotta prove themselves to me, and like the sister said in the comments, because it got to do a lot with my peace now. You feel me?
And I'm mad when somebody could accuse you of dating white women, bro. I ain't saying nothing you said like that.
No, I ain't saying y'all, bro. I'm just saying I have got.
I mean, even in the comment section, they tripping. Like,
no, I have got accused of that in the past by just saying a little piece of something. Bro, they went crazy. Some girl was like, "Oh, he date white bitches," and all that. Like, man, what are you talking
about? Bro, check this out though. Real true story though. Man, it wasn't even but just like last year. When some dudes came across my page for the first time and they saw me like speaking highly about black women, one troll had the unmitigated gall to hop on my platform and was telling black women, oh yeah, I don't know why Mike the Voice talking all this stuff about black women. He in a relationship with a white woman right now. I said, what the hell? So I quickly, what I did was I quickly, that same night, I went and got on my live and I showed everybody where I was at. I showed everybody my background. And because they were because this was they said that the white woman was living with me. They said that she was living with me. I got my camera, I opened my doors, I showed everybody my background. I said, look, if this is really true, where's this white woman at? Because
Did you show him under the
it's
bed
here
though, Mike?
11 o'clock at night. It's
Did you show him
11,
under the bed?
it's 10, 11 o'clock at night, which means she should be home right now. Where is she at?
Bro, that's why
you had her under the bed, man.
That's why I put that context out there, bro. Cause like I said, some people will take a little piece of line and make your whole life story about it, bro. I'm telling you. And all you gotta do is have a different view with them. I was just on this other person live earlier, and they was talking about Andrew Tate, and the one girl came on there was like, yeah, he bad for the world. He teaching men that like they need to be powerful and all this and this and that. And I was just like, I ain't get that from that. I just told her my aspect. Bro, they got to calling me an Andrew Tate lover, and they blocked me and some more shit.
Man.
No, bro, you can't have it. This one thing about this app. If you don't, it's a female in the comments right now. Been on me the whole time because I said I slightly agree with some of the stuff Kevin Samuel said. She said it's 5 solid brothers up there. When Mike said that we all solid brothers.
To be fair though, 75% is a little more than slight.
But that's the thing about this app. That's the thing about this app, though. Bro.
Female. Oh, wait, Mama. Let me correct you. It's women, not female. Okay. Let's switch that up now. Like it's not female. Like when we talk about females, because when we talk about females, we talking about animals. That's why I say that. So instead of female, let's switch it up to women. Okay. Not getting on you or nothing like that, but I'm just saying, just letting you know if you didn't know. Okay.
I mean, listen, education is education. I'm not sensitive, brother, if I don't take it that way.
Yeah. So, yeah. I'm just letting you know, bro.
Yeah, that's no. A woman that's in the comments there, she's been the whole time. But what I'm saying is about this app is if you don't agree with somebody, you automatically the devil, bro. Yeah, you the worst person in the world. They'll bash you into the high heavens and back. So that's just how it goes, bro. It's just how it goes.
Yeah. Well, I think that one thing that I understand what you're saying, Mamba. I think that one thing that we got to take into account, when we are on the discussion of like, when we talk about misogynistic figures out here, misogynistic figures, when we talk about podcasters, when we talk about, the Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tates of the world, we got to take into, I think we as black men have to take into account that on the black woman's end, it was very damaging to them to hear a lot of the things that they were saying. For them, they were experiencing, there were some very triggering moments for them, and so it's like, I again, and it's just like what Mr. Bass said earlier, what resonates for you resonates for you, and it doesn't apply for every black man, and that's most definitely true. But for a lot of black women to hear a lot of the things that they said when they were, when one was alive and one was free, a lot of the things that they said were very triggering and very traumatic for them. Hence why when we as black men, when they hear us as black men talk about them, especially if we're talking in agreement to them, that's why they are very quick to jump the gun. You know what I'm saying? That they're very quick to respond to that, because for them, again, it was just a very traumatic experience. So that's one thing that we have to take into account when we start treading in these type of waters. You know what I mean? I hope that makes sense.
But this is the thing, though, Mike. If I go into a room full of people that's talking about deadbeat fathers, bad husbands, broke men that don't work, men that have children that don't respect them or look at them and hold them high as their father, and that's not emotionally and mentally stable because their father is there, their wife don't love them, not happy. I don't get offended by that. I don't get offended by that because I don't fall into the box. The people that get angry about things that you're saying are the people that fall into the box. I believe, because if it don't apply, let it fly. That's what I was always taught. If it ain't you so much to the point where you wish death on a person, some of it must reflect in the mirror to where it's bothering you. Because if you're confident in what you walk in, no matter what a person is saying about whatever they saying, it's not going to affect you as a person if it don't apply to you.
My dude,
Right.
this is what I want to say on to a degree. Like it's real similar to your analogy with divorces. We don't know why the different reasons why women get divorced. Some women get divorced because they're getting beat. Some women get divorced because they're going to another man and such. When we talk about if it don't apply, let it fly. There's certain rhetoric that even if it don't apply, it's so damaging to the community at large. We can't be accepting that shit.
Right, because I'll tell you this: I hear a lot of racist rhetoric out of certain people's mouths on the right, and a lot of that shit doesn't apply to me. I've got multiple degrees. I'm doing what I can sit here and say I'm doing well in light of the oppression, blah blah blah. But I'm still going to speak up for the black community. I'm still going to condemn what right-wing Republicans and racists say about the black community, regardless if it applies to me personally.
But then y'all know what our biggest goal is right now as a whole, as black men. We should all be doing what Charleston White is doing right now, then, because that's a much more damaging thing to our community than anything else.
We said it again.
Relationships, we all should be doing what Charleston White is doing right now, because that is damaging our youth more than anything could possibly damage it right now.
A funny thing about Charleston White, though, is like one of those things this is what I wanted to say too when you talked about agreeing with one thing that somebody that's problematic saying and getting backlash from it. For instance, like I brought up David Duke earlier. If some black person came to me and I ain't know them, and they say, man, I agree with a couple of things David Duke did, and they want specific, I'm gonna think he a coon without even asking anything more. I could be completely wrong about that, but because that person is representing something problematic, when I hear them say, when they mention that certain name, they gotta understand to a degree that person standing within the context as to why I might have a reaction that's kind of negative at first, just given what's known and said about them. To the degree I'm saying, I'm looking at it funny. It's funny with Charleston White too, because there's certain things that I agree with that Charleston White say, right? And then recently I found out this man is like, he be like pushing grape. So like he have a few videos out there talking about like women need to be graped. He done graped a few women. And he's like, a recent one he was talking about, man, he just only grape white women now. And that's one of those things is like, dang, bro, like I'm only bringing that up now because it's one of those reactions I have now when I hear his name. It's like, damn, bro, you said some real shit. And then now I'm finding out that, dude, you pro grape. And what do we do with that?
He ain't pro grape, bro. You gotta listen to everything that he say. He's such a goofy. He do the same thing Pac did, right? So Pac admitted at the end before he died that he did the Thug Life movement because that was his only way of drawing in the black community, because didn't nobody want to hear the power to the people, Black Panther speech that he was giving. But inside of the album, we always had Black Panther type music in Pac's album. So Pac draw this character. That's exactly what Charleston White does. So he'll tell you all the time. He say all type of outlandish, off the wall shit to get views, and then when he draw you in, he start talking about the real shit.
Yeah, but certain outlandish shit is just painful and it's dangerous. You can't be going out there because you ain't on none of them videos that he say anything with jest. He didn't say I was joking, and there's multiple ones out there. Him saying with absolute chest out, yeah, and all his reason. I watched multiple ones because again, this dude, he's an interesting figure to me. Because again, there's some things he say, I'll be like, what the hell are you talking about? I don't agree with that at all. And there's some things he say, I'm like, man, that was real of you, sir. But when I'm seeing multiple videos, bro, like I don't care if that's for sure or for not, bro. That's ill. That's ill because they got some cats that don't have no. Even if you, I don't think that's something that you joke about for one. But even if you is joking, bro, they got some cats that's not gonna take that as joking. And they're gonna think about all the things that they agree with what Charleston White say and blindly follow it all. It might justify their own fuckery, bro. So certain things, man, I don't think we should be letting fly just on some status quo shit.
But this the thing though, bro, Mamba, and you seem to be a strong-minded brother. See, but the thing about today's society, you can't tell people nothing, and that's what's wrong. See, but you a type of person like me. You could take advice from anybody, and you decipher the good from the bad from it. Like you said, if it don't apply, let it fly.
Right.
Like I said, even a dummy can give you some good advice. It's all about you on how you receive it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
So, yeah, and that's what I was saying to y'all earlier, bro. Like I was saying that the same thing. Like some people, the mental capacity to know what to take from certain shit And a lot of us, they got way more sheep than we realize. A lot of times we think most people think like us or got our understanding and capacity. When really most people is sheep, bro.
That part. Man, look.
Cause touching back on the Kevin Samuels stuff, when a lot of women was getting triggered, it's because a lot of stuff he was saying was hitting home to them women. But the thing about it is, like y'all know, like I know with women, it's all about your delivery. You know what I'm saying? That's just like you and your girl. You could be telling your girl everything right in the world, but if your tone of voice wrong, if it's coming off wrong, she ain't finna receive none of it. You see what I'm saying?
That's a human trait, brother, because as a man, bro, if you don't come at me right, I'm going to react the exact same way. G.
Exactly. Hence why, Mamba, when you asked me earlier, and I hate to even go back to this, but I'm making a point here. Hence why, when you ask me why I don't go live with Moses, that's why. It's your delivery. If you come at me with respect, we can have a discussion. If you come at me, even if regardless of what views you have, be it whether they be supporting mine or opposing mine, if you come at me with respect and you say, hey, bro, I just want to come, I come in peace. I just want to have an honest discussion with you. I want to see if we can have, if we can just sit down and have a healthy dialogue about it. I'm all ears for it, and that be black man or black woman. You know what I'm saying? But if you coming at me and you trying to tell me something and you coming at me with hate and vitriol and disrespect, bro, I'm not gonna listen to you. I ain't gonna listen to, and you could be saying, and here's the thing, it's like truck owner said, you could be saying all the right things. You could be saying all the factual things in the world. You could be saying things that have come from God himself. But if you don't know how to deliver it, I'm not finna listen to you.
Now,
I don't care who you are.
T Jolie, I think it's T Jolie 337. She said that perfect. She said those same men piping down with them type of cats got I had a page that had 147,000 followers. It was Mamba Mentality. It got me banned because it was 3 dudes going at this chick in the live so hard, like they was just crashing her, and I jumped in the live and I went in on all of them. I knew one of them personally, so I knew the stuff that he was talking about he doing life. He was lying for TikTok, so I called his whole life out, swept him off. He left, and then he reported me. Well, they got me just calling these dudes B words, and I was just going in on them. Where they got me, but those same dudes that was like going in on her before I came in there, they piped down, and it was 3 of them versus 1 dude. But because it was 1 dude going at them, their whole tone changed. And that's what I don't like. I don't like dudes that be poking their chest out to they super aggressive. But then when it's another dude around, because I got a cousin like that, he hit on his girl, but then when he fight with his brother, he curl up.
But that's like y'all know, man. Any boys respect men. So anytime a real man come around, the boys gonna put their head down. That's how you know who the men in the room.
Yep.
Like I said, the men. If you go in a room full of niggas, if you go in a room full of niggas, 9 times out of 10, if it's 100 niggas, 20 to 25 of them in there real men. The other 75 in there holding nigga dicks. And that's the truth.
Pause.
I mean, no homo shit. You know what I mean? They in there following niggas. You know what I mean, man? I ain't no homo stuff, bro. Y'all, come on.
Hey man, I've been listening to everybody talk, man. I love to hear people talk to give their opinion. I want to go back to the question that was asked when you said they say, do black men trust black women, or do men trust women? I approach for my answer to that question is I approach every situation with caution off top. I don't never just come into a situation instantly doing anything, but I do feel like, for me personally, a person have to earn my trust, because as we all know, you can know a person for 20 years and find out that they really wasn't real. They can screw you over just like a person that you've known for 10 days could be more realer than the person you've known for 20 years. So I feel like trust is something that has to be earned. I just can't come in off the back and say, I trust you. I have to see it. We have to go through. I always feel like the way to find out if you really trust somebody is when you're going through the bad times. Because anytime everything is all good, you're going to get the best out of anybody. But I find out who my real friends are, who really for me when it's at the worst of the worst. So that's how I'm able to judge that. And then when the gentleman mumbled when he said with Kevin Samuels, not Kevin, I mean Charleston White. Charleston White, I do like a lot of the things that he say, and I do agree with him on the message that Charleston White be preaching. You know, these kids are fooled by this music. I'm in the entertainment business. So a lot of these kids get fooled with this music about, oh, man, you're a street ender. You street this. You don't snitch. You're supposed to hold your word. That's a false narrative. Why would you want to set these people or these youngsters up to go to prison? It ain't no life in the streets. It ain't no retirement plan in the streets. There ain't nothing that's going to save these kids. So Charleston White is really preaching to them when he's telling them, hey, look, man, we got to save our babies. We got to teach our babies, hey, look, stay away from them people that's trying to tell you to go pick up the 4-4 and just run inside and shoot. Stay away from all this buffoonery talking about, oh, if you real, you snitching. That's a good thing because I'm glad that all 4 of my kids I raised all 4 of my kids. I got 3 girls and 1 boy. And I made sure that I taught my son the understanding of, hey, don't let them get fooled up and that you got to go sell drugs, that you got to be out here hanging out the window busting a gun. I made it out the street so you didn't have to do that. And my son is in college now doing great. So the words that Kevin Samuels, I keep saying Kevin Samuels, Charleston White is preaching, I do like it. Now, the other gentleman said, some of the things that Charleston White be saying about that, oh, I rate white, well, I do, SA white women, I don't like that part.
Yeah, I ain't
that part, like that part right there ain't something you joke about. You don't. I know he might be doing it for entertainment purposes and trying to ruffle the feathers, but I just feel certain things you just don't say. He feel comfortable enough saying it, but I don't agree with it because some people don't know how to cipher the two when he's just doing entertainment and when he's being real.
That part.
Yeah. Okay. Yo, so I'm gonna get into this is gonna be the last question of the night.
Mike, let me say this right quick. To answer that question about do we trust women, I agree with everything. Well, the majority of what I am mailman say, but this is what I'm gonna say too. I got my cousin over here was talking about this shit. I trust us more than them though. Like I trust my black men, I trust my black women more than I trust. Like if we comparing it by as black people versus, well, I'm trusting black people before any white man, white woman, Asian man, Asian. I trust black people. Yes, I do. You feel me? But if we get into the individualistic part of it, then yeah, like you gotta vet motherfuckers in general.
Okay. I mean, so before I get into this, next question, are all six of us, on board when we say we trust black women?
I think some of us got an asterisk, but it's like
hell no. Nah. Yeah, of course.
Lord have mercy, Jesus Christ.
Like
God,
I said,
hey, listen.
Like I said, they gotta earn they. I'm like you said, I'm vetting everybody individual, but like I said, as long as they show me they trustworthy, and ain't no problem. Like I ain't gonna make you jump through no hoops and shit, but I'm gonna just pay attention to it. Real character gonna show one day.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
On the east side of Detroit and the southwest side of Detroit, I don't trust women at all. But the north end and the west side, yeah, they got a different type of movement of women on the east side of Detroit, especially. Do not trust an east side Detroit woman ever.
Yeah. Again. Yeah, again. I mean, again. I say I trust the black women that have faith in me. A lot of the ones that are, I trust the black women that are for me. I don't trust the black women that are against me, though. Those are the ones I don't trust. In fact, those are the black women who need to be exiled. You know what I'm saying? Because we say this time and time again. Everybody, where we going, everybody ain't gonna be able to go. And my thing is this. And I've said this before, and I said it many, many times. If you are a black man or a black woman and you don't fully support both black men and black women, you're not going to be able to go. Straight up. Straight up.
All the binaries in between.
That part. All right. So this here gonna be the last. This here gonna be the last question, and then it's gonna be the end of it right here. And yeah, I'm pretty sure there's another one that black women gonna want to know about. So here you go. As you know, black women are being unalived every 4.8 hours. What will black men do to change that statistic?
Well, with me, like I said, that start with we got to come together as, you know what I'm saying, a family unit first. You know what I'm saying? That starts in the household with the black man and the black woman. So somehow we're going to have to get over this gender beef we got going between black women and black men.
Yeah.
Because like I said, it starts in the household first. You know what I'm saying? Of course, the most general answer is to say, you know, we need to come together as a people. But like I said, we so far away from that. Like, you got to start. Everybody got to start individually in their household, and that's where I'm at with it. Like I said, until you can bring the family dynamic back, it's only gonna get worse for black women, and that's the harsh reality of it.
Yeah.
My opinion on that is the same as what it was earlier. I seen a post where a 13-year-old black young man was unalived by a grown man, and he's out of prison right now. And his parents were standing around holding signs, and everybody got mad at me about my post because I said that that's our issue in our community right there. Everybody want to hold signs and say no justice, no peace, and nobody want to act on it like they did in the 60s. Right. So you got to get to a point where the signs ain't working, the Black Lives Matter, none of that stuff is working. You got to get to action. So if we're going to protect the women and children, again, got to start smoking boots. There's got to be some sacrifices. There's got to be some men willing to lay their life down. There's got to be some men willing to go walk that prison yard for the rest of their life with a smile on their face while saying, I'm going here for 40 to 60 years because you did this to this black woman. You did this to this black child. And I smoked your boots. And I didn't have no problem with it. I'm going to go eat ramen noodles and chili or whatever else it is that you eat. And I'm going to smile about it because I did it for a righteous cause. This wasn't because I was listening to drill music and I went and killed one of my own because I wanted to get another body under my belt. This was because I pulled around a corner and seen you slapping up a black woman and I smoked your boots. And now I'm making that a reputation in our communities where, yo, they going to check us if we doing that. They going to check us if we harming the kids. They going to check us if we beating up on the women. We going to get our boots smoked because these men ain't playing no more about these women or the kids.
Right. I agree with everything you saying. I agree with everything you saying, Mamba. And but I was just gonna address this real quick, man. Then you can go. But
no, you good.
Somebody in the comments was like, "What does family?" When I commented, they said, "What does family dynamic have to do with anything?" This what family dynamic have to do with it. Like my man said, when something happened to another black person, it's easy for you to say, "Oh, let's go get a sign, let's go get shirts made, let's go protest in the street." But like I said, most people ain't willing to really to do nothing. But like I said, if you got a strong black man in that household, let something happen to one of them women or kids. He gone for that, and all y'all know that. That's why I say it starts with the family, and then you can build upon the community once you get the family dynamic in order. But like I said, you got to start with the ground root. You can't just jump to the cause. Like I said, if your foundation weak, it's gonna fall.
I agree with that. What I wanted to say, man, was I agree with what Mamba said, and it basically boils back down to the point. They gotta understand. They gotta realize there's gonna be consequences to your actions. See, right now they don't really have no consequences to their actions. So they feel like they can get away with something and or they get a lightweight, they go in front of a judge that, this white judge, the judges already want us to kill each other anyway. So they go in front of a white judge, the judge give them 30 days in jail and then they back out on the street. So they really have no consequences at all to have that they gotta face. Versus if it's an incident I was watching on YouTube or on Google, I can't remember which one, but it was a guy that had touched this little 14-year-old little girl. Man, they beat him so bad, bruh, that they beat his lip off.
That was in Detroit.
That was okay. They beat the dude so bad. I'm talking about bloody. He was beat him out his pants. See that right there?
Shout out to Detroit.
That right there, that make anybody in that neighborhood That was that's a scene. We made sure that you understand. If you do this, this is the consequences of what's gonna happen to you. So now that makes a person think twice now. You know, just because a man, you getting your feelings because that woman's yelling at you, and you can't handle because a woman yelling at you, words hurting your feelings. So now you think that it's cool to put your hands on it. That don't give you the right. That's not an excuse to put your hands on you because you can't handle your feelings, your emotional. Get your emotions in check, buddy. Right. But now you gonna also think, hey, you know D them down the street. You put your hands on her. D them, Lil Mook them, homeboy. But he ain't even gonna he just gonna look at it and walk out the door. Because he already know what's gonna happen to him.
Everybody and black men getting locked up. We don't need y'all locked up. This is the thing. Sometimes you gotta have sacrifices made for the greater cause. It's gotta be some casualties of war. It has never been a time where something was successful in that way without casualties of war. People gotta know, listen, this is gonna happen. If you go into other countries and try to unalive somebody, or you know it's gonna be a death penalty. It's other states where you can't just go see a judge and get some time. Man, they gonna kill me. So I'm gonna think twice about this. We don't have them. We don't have that here. Guys are smacking up women. Guys is snatching up little kids and touching on little kids. And the only thing they doing is going to court and getting 5 years, 10 years. They're not even getting nothing from beating on women. So if it ain't no physical consequence, because men fear physicality. Men don't. True. They fear physicality. If I know that my life can be taken, or I'm gonna have my lips stomped off of my face in the middle of a 7 mile, I might think twice about that.
Very true.
That part.
Yo, so
but they treat black people like that because they know we don't have nothing coming behind us.
Yeah, I agree with that one. I believe that, you know, there's only one way, and I know that, and I'm pretty sure deep down inside that in each and every one of us as black men, when we hear this statistic that black women keep bringing to the forefront, when they keep saying that black women are unalived every 4.8 hours, I know deep down inside of all of us, there's a small part in us that's so annoyed because of the fact that we hear it so many times. The only way we are going to get that to cease is if we actually do something about it. We as black men at some point in time, gonna have to stand firm and stand 10 toes down and start speaking out and start doing something about it. Especially knowing that a lot of the black women that are being unalived for the dumbest of reasons. You have crazy ass dudes out here that are unaliving black women for stuff like, oh, because I tried to holler at old girl and she didn't give me her number, so I'm gonna unalive her. She didn't want to be my main thing, so I'm gonna unalive her. I invited her over to my house and I gave her a little glass of water and she didn't want to give me none, so I'm gonna unalive her. They getting unalived over dumb stuff. That's the BS that we gotta speak out against, man. That's the BS that we as black men gotta stop dead in its tracks. And I promise you, the moment we stop doing that, and the moment that statistic becomes a thing in the past, I promise y'all, what else black women gonna have to talk about? Well, so we are the solution. See, this the thing. The main thing the main point that I'm trying to get across here is we are the solution to our own problem. We can stop this thing dead in our tracks right now if we wanted to, but we had to apply ourselves. That's what I'm saying.
But I also tell my 4 sons too, because I just it's a story right now where a chick, a younger woman got unalived by, I think they was both 17, and she was stepped out with another younger cat, and he unalived both of them. Now this happened in my neighborhood. I always teach my sons, listen, if you have a girlfriend and you catch her with another guy, then that wasn't your girlfriend. Move on. You too good looking.
That part.
Fight over some girl that she obviously didn't want to be with you. She wanted to be with somebody else. She ain't your property. She ain't none of that. So slide on and keep it pushing. I don't never want to hear about y'all fighting over no girl, or y'all gonna have to knuckle up with me because we don't play. We ain't playing like that. She wasn't wanted to be with somebody else. You can't be mad at her. Go on and move on to somebody else. It's that simple. I bet not hear you talking about you fighting no boy over no girl or putting your hands on no girl about nothing at all. I don't even let boys play fight with their sister, and she a boxer. I don't even let them play fight with her. Don't put your hands on my daughter because I don't want her thinking, because I don't hear her mama, so I don't want her thinking that it's all right for a man to hear her when she get older. I don't hear her mama, I don't hear her, and I don't allow her brothers to hear her. So she know that shit wrong off top.
Mm-hmm. I just want to say this, man. Just to address something I seen somebody post in the comments said there will always be violence in the world. And I just want to say you're right. I don't know who it was that posted, but you're right. It is going to always be violence in the world. That's just something you can't control. But the thing is, just because there's always going to be violence in the world doesn't mean like you got to have nonsense violence. We ain't gonna. Yeah. It doesn't make it cool just because.
And here's another thing, and I want to add on to that, mailman. Just because they're always there, yes, it is true that there will always be violence in the world, but that doesn't mean we had to add on to it.
Exactly. Like you don't have to keep adding on to that. Like I just don't get why. What makes you? I got 3 daughters, man, and I ain't never had anxiety until my daughters got older. That as they got older, that's when anxiety started kicking in. My daughters I just had my first grandbaby, and so anxiety it runs through me like crazy, and I just look at these guys out here.
Congrats on that.
Huh?
I said congrats. You said you just had your first.
Oh yeah. Thank you, man. Yeah, man. I got my first little.
Congrats.
Lord. Congratulations, bro.
Congratulations to you, brother.
Thank y'all. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And it scares me every day. I go on my phone and I see go on my computer and I see these guys killing women because I seen her with another guy. Because she disrespected me. I even seen one that was so stupid. A dude killed this lady and her son because he wanted to watch the football game.
Wow.
Like literally, bro, you shot her and her son because you want to watch football. So when you make a comment and saying that people die, the world is always gonna have death, that's true, my brother. But don't add it nonsense. Like don't add it to the nonsense. Don't look at it like that. Just okay. You basically saying when you say the world is gonna always have death, you excuse me if somebody kills somebody. A woman will say, hey, they just shoot them. Hey, you know the world always gonna have death. Why we worry about her dying?
Yeah.
Why did she have to die?
Right. I want to address this comment right quick that my big Navy Cottage made. She said, "Who said it's okay to hit men? Y'all funny as F. Hitting is wrong." Believe it or not, big Navy Cottage, there are a lot of women out there that will sit there and say that I can put my hands on a man because I'm a woman. And he can because of the fact that I'm a woman, he can't do nothing to me. You want to know how? In fact, I used to be married to somebody that blatantly, we had a discussion about this very thing. We sat down and had a discussion about this very thing right here. And what I'm about to say is going to blow y'all mind. With my ex-wife, we were having a discussion about men hitting on women, women hitting on men. And this is what she told me. She sat there and she said, I asked her about it, and this is what she said. She said, oh yeah, because I'm a woman, I can hit you. I can punch you, I can do this, I can do that, and I'm allowed to do that because I'm a woman. And I asked her, I said, so as a man, I'm not supposed to defend myself? She said, no, because you're a man. And so I literally asked her this right here. This is what blew my mind. So I asked her this right here. I said, so if I were to come home one day and you were in your feelings and you just decided that you wanted to unalive me and you decide to get a blade and you decide to stab me in the stomach, are you truly saying that I'm supposed to allow you to do that? She looked at me square in the eye and said, yes. Yes. You're supposed to let me do that. Because you are a man and I'm a woman and I can and I am physically incapable of doing that. She literally, with her whole chest, said that. I wish I was making this up, but I'm not.
Yeah, she gone.
So yes, there are women out there that truly believe that just because they are women, that they can put their hands on a man and no consequence will happen to them. They're out there.
As a panderer, I have to agree with this. Women are infallible and can stab you and beat you, and you have to say, I forgive you. Stab me one more time, please.
Man, son, to answer that question though, man, like I wanted to give a few other layers to it too, though. Like to the extent I agree with everything that like Mamba was saying about like, you know, in war, you know, when you're talking about change, we talking about revolution, you're gonna have some soldiers that go down. You hear me? So, but I'm still like, but you know, it's also saying that has to happen. Because I look at like, you know, look at the civil rights movement. We had the Panthers, we had Martin Luther King, we had, you know what I mean, we had all these different ideologies, and you needed them all happening for us to actually make change. Yeah, some of them didn't even agree with each other, but honestly, if they all weren't happening, we wouldn't have moved forward. So while some people in the comments was like, so we just gonna do violence? No, it's not just only reacting with violence, but the dudes that's down for that, we need them to be down for that. But at the same time, we also have to invest in our children, teach them differently. You know what I'm saying? We also got to invest in our own communities. And like, because a lot of it goes down to like, you almost got to examine, okay, who are these men that find this acceptable to put their hands on or kill or unalive women, right? Where did that come from? Did it come from a mental illness? Did it come from wrong shit taught to them? Did it come from them having unregulated emotions from young? There's a lot of things that we got to unpack in the roots of things and in many facets before us, because really, this type of change ain't gonna happen in our generation. We have the conversation now, we start the ball rolling now, but it's gonna be beyond our lifetime before like the true changes will really set in. But you need all of the angles. We need, you know, even in politics, even in media, there's so many angles that need to be adjusted for us to be like able to really affect.
Hey man, all the racist people's gonna have to die out for the world to get changed, I think.
I agree.
Shit.
So I heard a lot of good answers. If I could kind of add on real quick, because it's a really multifaceted, complex situation. Because as we know, violence in the world, period, it exists, right? Then you add on the layers of the dynamics between men and women. You add on the layers of the particular struggles of Black people. So it's obviously multi-layered. I heard a lot of good answers. The one small thing, I don't see it as much as a former man whore who dated a lot of women. I didn't get introduced to family members or friends. And I remember this used to be a thing where if women introduced the man they were dating to brothers or good friends that were men, fathers or whatever, those men knew that those women were protected, right? So they were less likely to behave a certain way because they know, oh, she got 5 brothers. Okay, she got 5 good homies that, you know, they gonna roll up if some stupid shit goes down. I don't see that as often as I think it used to be a thing. You know, there was the cliche joke about meeting the father who was sitting in the chair with the shotgun, right? So I think getting back to introducing the men that the women are involved with to their community, their social surroundings, whether that be family or friends, might help chip away at that. And that's why I think it's multifaceted. There's no one solution, but I think that could help it because unfortunately, like the men have said here, men respect other men, unfortunately. And if they know there's a potential for violent lashback on them, they may be less likely to encroach in certain ways.
Hey man, I agree with everything you just said, my brother, but that goes back to what I was saying about the family dynamic. The reason why you don't see it as much because it ain't really no men in the community no more. You be honest.
And so I agree with you, and that's why I said I was adding on to what y'all have said, because I agree with all these things, and this is the one reason that I will say this. This is why the rhetoric of the Tates and the KSs can be problematic, because men start to feel like, well, I'm not going to offer that type of protection because these women don't deserve it. They bring these things on themselves. They're not worth XYZ. Well, no, what did you do to the man to make him do this? Those men offer those type of excuses for men to no longer feel that they should provide protection for the women in their lives.
But here's the real question. Virgo teacher just asked it. Why don't men respect women? Because at the end of the day, even if we bring fear into these men's lives as men, there's still going to be women out there that don't have no men around them. And at the root of the matter, motherfuckers got to learn to respect women to a high regard. And that's what we got to also, as well, like focus in on.
Agreed.
I will say this, though. I had a relative that used to put her hands on her man all the time. She cracked him with hammers. Like, she used to tear this dude down. One time he put his hands on her, we pulled up. Me, her two brothers, we pulled up, got on him. Well, come to find out from her admitting, she was always hitting him with baseball bats and hammers and chairs, and whenever she got mad at him, just in regular arguments. So we told her, I'm not pulling up no more. Because here's the thing, he a dummy for not leaving. But you just admitted that he literally does nothing physical to you, and you just attacking him. I'm not pulling up for that no more. I'm not, because at this point, when you're using baseball bats and hammers, this man's life is on the line. You ain't just slapping him and hitting him. You cracking this dude with hammers, and he getting stitches in the top of his head. Like, you wilding. I'm not pulling up for that no more, because you'll get me put in prison for the rest of my life or unalived, and then you'll be on to the next dude doing the same thing. You need some therapy. This is a you problem at this point. I'm not pulling up no more.
That's why, like I said, it all goes back to, like I said, the family dynamic shit. Because, like I said, if you got fathers in the household, they're gonna teach women how to act and do all this before, you know what I mean? And like I said, you gonna have strong men in the community to protect these sisters. That's why I'm so scared about what's happening in the community now about this, like I said, this gender war between black women and black men. And then they, like I said, the police killing all the black men and throwing us in jail. I've been thinking this for a long time. I feel like once they get the black men down to a number they feel like they really can control, like when we ain't no factor at all, what you think gonna happen to the women and the kids?
Well, it's already happening, bro. That's why human trafficking.
I'm just saying, though, they just gonna come through on some malicious stuff with it this time. You feel me? Because who gonna be there to protect you? You can't go to your suppressor for no help.
Human trafficking is at an all-time high in America right now, bro, especially with black women and children.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yo, you know what? I think that that's going to conclude this right here. But before we go, I would like for all five of you, starting with, here's how we're going to do it in the motion. We're going to go clockwise. First, I want to be truck owner, then problematic, then Mamba, then Mr. Bats, then mailman. I just want y'all, because I feel like the black women in this live, especially the ones that's watching right now, need this right here. Could y'all please do me a favor and just give some love and admiration, and just give some love to the black women that are watching right now? Just say some real loving and real positive to the black women that are watching right now. Starting with you, truck owner. Go ahead.
Well, this coming from truck owner, and this from the bottom of my heart. Like, I love black women. Like, I don't date outside my race. Like, I meant when I said that, you know. But, like, I just love y'all. And when I say that black women got to earn their trust with me, I'm not saying, like, I'm making y'all jump through all these hoops and that. That should be vice versa. When a man come in your life, you should vet him and make sure he's up to your standards to be in your life. That's all I'm gonna say. But I love y'all, black women. Stay strong and continue to support your black king.
All right. Go ahead, Problematic.
So normally this is where I say something out of pocket and make a joke, but obviously it's very serious. So I just want to say this. Black women, you are seen. Your pain is being heard. And I hope that I can be one of the many voices, or starting to become many voices, to try to speak life back into you and to speak to Black men to hopefully change our situation, because we as Black people need each other. And I love y'all.
All right. Go ahead, Mama.
My great grandmother, my grandmother, unfortunately they both passed. But my mother is a Black woman. And those women are who raised me. I didn't have my father. So everything that I have to attest to be a man, everything that I know as a man up until now at 35 years old comes from those women. Some of the most powerful woman that ever walked the face of the earth is a Black woman. So I appreciate all things strong and powerful about a Black woman because of those Black women that raised me. So I do love Black women wholeheartedly.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Mr. Batts, what you got, brother?
I mean, I'm echoing everything that they said as well, man. We would be nothing without our Black women. Somebody in the comments said something that was very poignant as well. Like, to a degree, they need to see our action. You know what I mean? They need to see more of us speaking up. They need to see more of us investing in our freaking communities and into our youth and such. So it's like, we can say we love y'all all day, but I just hope that it becomes a norm that y'all can see and feel it in a way where the words can be like, icing on the cake and not just the water you need from a few of us. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. All right, mailman, bring it home, brother.
Hey, I just want to say this, man. The backbone to every man is a great woman. I wouldn't be nowhere I'm at today without having a great Black woman on my side. And that Black woman extends from, even if that woman is a woman that you're dating, if it's your mama, if it's your sister, if it's your cousin, if it's your auntie. The Black woman has always helped me whenever I need them. I always can count on them. If I pick up the phone right now and call and say, hey, I need help with this, so can you come get this and help me with the kids? Can you come do this? No matter what, thick and thin, the Black woman has always been there for me. So I just want to say this. Don't think that all men are against you, because we not. And don't think that all men don't see you, because we do. Continue to do what you do. Continue to love you. Don't never let no man that hates women, and I say that hate women because if the only thing that a man can do is find something negative to say to you, when we know it's not just negative in life, but the only thing he can focus on is the negative, then he got issues with himself, and don't let him portray his issues onto you. Continue to keep climbing your ladder of success and stay focused. We're going to continue to love you.
There it is, man. All right, truck owner, Problematic, Mamba, Mr. Best, Mailman. I appreciate y'all, brothers. Love y'all, man. This has been a really good live. Thank y'all so much for y'all's input, man. It's greatly
Appreciate you,
appreciated.
my brother.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed,
Yeah, thanks
man.
for having me as always. Appreciate it.
Love,
All
man.
right, no problem.
Hey,
No
y'all
problem.
brothers have a great night. I enjoyed it.
You as
And just
well,
before
brother.
we
You as
go,
well.
let me say this, mailman. That was sweet what you said about the Black women, and coming back to that. Coming to think about it, the first person I'm gonna call if I'm in trouble is a Black woman. So thank you, Black women. I love you.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, brothers. Take care.
Y'all take care. Y'all have a good one.
Good
Have
night,
a good
y'all.
one. Bye.
All right. All right. Yo, so ladies and gentlemen, that concludes
last day of questions for Black men. Man, it has been a heck of a series, man. A heck of a series. I'm proud of all of the brothers that came through for this series. This has been such an amazing conversation that we have had for this whole time. I mean, for these 4 days, man. I hope that if you have more questions, please email me at MikeTheVoice85. That is MikeThevoice 85 @gmail.com, and I will save them for season 3 of Questions for Black Men. But guess what, y'all? Black women, y'all turn is next Wednesday. It's y'all's turn next Wednesday. Next Wednesday, it will be the very first day of Questions for Black Women. I hope y'all are ready. I hope y'all are ready, because we gonna come with, because us black men, we coming with the heat too now. So JB, Auntie, all my sisters that are up in here, I hope y'all are ready for next Wednesday. Please come through next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Again, it will be at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So yeah, y'all, it's gonna be, yeah, y'all get your wine. I'm telling y'all right now, get your wine, get your popcorn, get your pork chop, get your Salisbury steak, whatever it is that you need, sisters, whatever it is that y'all need to be prepared for these questions. Go ahead and get it, cause it's going down next Wednesday, y'all. Next Wednesday and next Saturday will be day 1 and day 2 of Questions for Black Women. So yeah, y'all. But anyway, I just want to say thank y'all so much for the wonderful live. Thank y'all so much for the gifts that y'all have given me. Thank y'all so much for every person that is up in here, because there's so many of y'all, and I can't go down that list. I'll be forever. But I want to say to all the black women that are watching, this live is proof. This live, these 4 days that went by are proof that there are solid black men that are in your corner. Solid black men that are and forever and will forever be in your corner. And I hope that y'all walk away from this live with smiles on your face, knowing that black men have your back. I hope that is the ultimate message that y'all have gotten from this live. That we are here, we are ready, and we are speaking out for you. All right? We love you, black women. We love y'all, we love y'all, we love y'all, okay? To my black men, y'all are solid. You are strong. You are powerful. To my black women, you are beautiful. You are gorgeous. You are everything. I love y'all, and don't let nan person and nan thing tell you different. Until next time, y'all, I am Mike the Voice. Take care. God bless, and be the very best at everything that you do. I will see y'all soon. I will see y'all next Wednesday for Questions for Black Women, day 1. Until then, y'all have a good rest of the weekend. Love y'all. The voice is spoken.